They say the hour between 3 and 4 in the morning is when the veil is thinnest. Growing up, I always thought that was just something people said to make the dark feel more poetic. I'm a rational person. I'm 34 years old, I work in logistics, and I deal in facts, timestamps, and physical coordinates. But after what happened last November, I don't look at a digital clock hitting 3:00 a.m. the same way anymore. Now, when that number flips over, my chest tightens and I find myself listening, not for a sound, but for the absence of one. It started because of a mistake I made, a simple human error in judgment. I was driving back from a site visit in northern Pennsylvania, heading toward my home in the suburbs of Philly. It was a 5-hour haul, and by the time I hit the back roads of the Poconos, the caffeine from my last gas station coffee had long since worn off. My eyes were heavy, the kind of heavy where you start seeing shadow dogs darting across the periphery of your vision. I knew the signs. I was a danger to myself and everyone else on the road. Usually I'd push through, but the fog was rolling in thick off the ridges, turning my high beams into a blinding white wall. I decided to pull off. I found a small gravel turnout near the entrance of a state park, one of those places that's beautiful in the sunlight but feels like a graveyard after midnight. I checked my watch, 2:14 a.m. I told myself I'd sleep for an hour, just enough to clear the cobwebs and be home by dawn. I locked the doors of my SUV, reclined the seat, and draped my jacket over my chest. The last thing I remember was the rhythmic ticking of the cooling engine. I woke up suddenly. You know that feeling when your brain registers a change in the environment before your eyes even open? It was the silence. When I fell asleep, there had been the wind whistling through the bare oaks and the distant hum of the interstate miles away. Now, there was nothing. It was the kind of silence that feels heavy, like it's pressing against your eardrums. I reached for my phone on the passenger seat. The screen stayed black for a second too long before flickering to life. The glow was blinding in the cabin. 3:00 a.m. Exactly. I sat up, rubbing the sleep from my face, intending to start the car and get moving. But as I reached for the ignition, I saw it, just a small detail. My driver's side window was down, not all the way, just a crack, maybe half an inch. I'm a meticulous man. I know for a fact I rolled it up tight before I closed my eyes. I felt a cold prickle of sweat break out along my hairline. I reached for the power window switch and held it up. The motor whined, but the glass didn't move. It was jammed or held. That was the first spark. The first moment where the logic of "I'm just tired" began to fray at the edges. I stared at that half-inch gap, and for the first time in my adult life, I felt the primal urge to not look into the dark behind me. I tried to tell myself it was the cold. Cold air can make seals shrink, right? Maybe the regulator in the door just decided to give up at that exact moment. It was a mechanical failure, nothing more. I took a deep breath, the air tasting of damp earth and old leaves, and gripped the steering wheel. I just needed to turn the key. If the engine turned over, I'd be moving, and the movement would bring safety. I turned the key. The dashboard lights flickered, the needles danced, but the engine didn't even try to crank. There wasn't even that rhythmic asterisk, click, click, click asterisk of a dead battery. It was just dead. I tried again, harder this time, as if the force of my grip could jumpstart the starter motor. Nothing. I sat there in the dark, the silence of the woods pouring through that tiny crack in the window. Then I heard it. It wasn't a scream or a footstep. It was a tapping, tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the roof of the car. It was light, rhythmic, like someone was drumming their fingernails against the metal. "Is someone there?" I asked. My voice sounded thin and pathetic in the small space. The tapping stopped instantly. I held my breath, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it might bruise. I waited for a voice, a laugh, even a threat. But the silence that followed was worse. It felt expectant. I looked into the rearview mirror, but the fog had pressed right up against the back glass, turning the world behind me into a swirling gray void. I reached for my flashlight in the center console, my hands shaking. I clicked it on and swung the beam toward the passenger side window. The light hit the glass and reflected back, but for a split second I thought I saw a smudge on the outside. A handprint. No, it was too long, the fingers looking like they had an extra joint. I blinked and it was gone, just a streak of condensation. I was gasping now, the air in the car feeling thin. My mind was racing, trying to find a box to put this in. A prank. Some local kid messing with a stranded motorist, but we were miles from the nearest house. There were no other cars in the turnout, no footsteps in the gravel. Then the smell hit me. It drifted in through the crack in the window. It wasn't the smell of the woods anymore. It was copper, sharp, metallic, and cloying, like a penny placed on your tongue or a nosebleed that won't stop. It was the smell of fresh blood, and it was close. I didn't realize I was crying until a tear hit my hand. I wasn't sobbing. It was just a physical reaction to the sheer, overwhelming wrongness of the moment. Every instinct I had, the ones we spent thousands of years developing to stay away from the tall grass at night, was screaming at me to move. But there was nowhere to go. I was trapped in a metal box that wouldn't start, with something on the roof that didn't want to be seen. I looked at the clock again. 3:07 a.m. Only 7 minutes had passed since I woke up. It felt like hours. I realized then that I couldn't stay in the car. If whatever was out there wanted in, that half-inch gap was an invitation. I needed to see. I needed to know what I was facing. I grabbed the heavy maglite, using it more as a club than a light source. I put my hand on the door handle, my fingers hovering over the lock. My brain was a storm of "don't do it," and "you have to." I pulled the handle. The door creaked open, the sound echoing through the trees like a gunshot. I stepped out into the gravel, the cold air hitting me like a physical blow. I swung the flashlight up toward the roof of the SUV. It was empty. There was nothing there but a thin layer of frost beginning to form on the paint. No prints, no drummer. I spun around, the beam of my light cutting through the fog. The trees looked like skeletal hands reaching out of the mist. "Hey," I shouted, "I have a gun." I didn't have a gun. I had a flashlight and a sense of impending doom. The woods didn't answer, but as I stood there shivering, I looked down at the gravel by my feet. There, directly under the driver's side door, was a circle of stones. They weren't just scattered there. They were perfectly round, smooth river stones, laid out in a precise ring about 3 feet wide. They hadn't been there when I pulled in. I would have felt them under my tires. And in the center of that ring of stones sat my car keys. I reached into my pocket, empty. I looked at the ignition through the open door. The slot was empty. I didn't remember taking them out. I didn't remember dropping them. And there was no way, absolutely no physical way, they could have ended up in a neat little display on the ground while I was locked inside. The logic shattered. There was no rational explanation for this. The keys hadn't fallen, they had been placed. I reached down, my hand trembling so much I almost couldn't pick them up. As my fingers brushed the cold metal, I heard a whisper. It didn't come from the woods. It sounded like it came from right behind my ear. 3, it said. A flat, genderless voice that sounded like dry leaves scraping together. 3 for the taking. I didn't look back. I lunged into the car, slammed the door, and jammed the keys into the ignition. I didn't pray. I just screamed a wordless plea at the machine. I turned the key. The engine roared to life instantly. I didn't check the mirrors. I didn't wait for the fog to clear. I slammed the car into drive and floored it, the tires spitting gravel as I fishtailed out of the turnout and back onto the main road. I drove 70, 80, 90 miles an hour through the winding mountain passes, my eyes fixed on the road ahead, terrified that if I looked in the rear view, I'd see something sitting in my backseat. I didn't stop until I saw the fluorescent lights of a 24-hour diner 30 miles down the road. I pulled into the lot, parked right under a street lamp, and sat there shaking until the sun began to bleed over the horizon. When I finally got home, I tried to tell myself it was a night terror, sleep paralysis. I had a history of stress. Maybe my mind had just snapped under the exhaustion. I almost believed it too. I wanted to believe it so badly. But 2 days later, I went to wash the car. I wanted to scrub the memory of that night off the paint. As I was spraying down the roof, the water pooled in a specific spot, revealing something I hadn't seen in the dark. Scratched into the clear coat right above the driver's seat were 3 marks, not scratches from a branch. They were deliberate, 3 perfectly straight vertical lines etched deep into the metal. I sold the car a week later. I moved to a different department at work so I wouldn't have to travel. I stay in well-lit rooms now. But every night, when the house goes quiet and the world outside turns that deep, bruised purple of the early morning, I find myself checking the clocks. I wait for 2:59. I hold my breath. And when the clock strikes 3:00, I listen. Because I know now that the world we see during the day is just a thin coat of paint. And sometimes at 3:00 a.m., that paint starts to peel. The first few months after I sold the SUV were a masterclass in self-deception. I told myself the 3 scratches on the roof were from a low-hanging branch I'd missed in my exhaustion. I told myself the keys in the stone circle were a result of a fugue state brought on by carbon monoxide or a sudden spike in cortisol. I bought a new car, a sensible silver sedan with a sunroof I never opened, and I started taking melatonin at 9:00 p.m. like it was a religious sacrament. I wanted to be under, deep in the heavy, dreamless sleep of the chemically induced, before the clock could even think about turning over to that cursed hour. But the thing about the veil is that once you've seen it ripple, you can't stop looking for the movement. You become hyper-aware of the architecture of the night. You notice how the shadows in the corner of the bedroom don't just sit there. They seem to have a density, a weight that changes depending on the humidity of the air. You notice how the house settles, not with the random pops of expanding wood, but with a rhythmic, intentional cadence that sounds uncomfortably like footsteps muffled by carpet. By mid-January, the silence I had fled from in the Poconos had followed me home to the Philly suburbs. It wasn't a lack of noise. The heater still kicked on, the refrigerator hummed, and the occasional snowplow scraped the asphalt outside. But there was a hollow quality to the sound, as if the world was being filtered through a thick, invisible membrane. I was sitting in my living room on a Tuesday night, the television muted, staring at the digital clock on the microwave in the open kitchen. 2:54 a.m. I hadn't taken my pills. I told myself I wanted to test my progress, to prove that I could face the hour without the crutch of a sedative. In reality, I think I was waiting for the other shoe to drop. You can't live in a state of constant bracing forever. Eventually, you want the blow to land just so the anticipation will end. 2:57 a.m. I checked the locks on the front door for the 4th time. I live in a modern townhouse, deadbolts, security cameras, a Ring doorbell that pings my phone if a stray cat wanders onto the porch. I felt secure, or as secure as a man can feel when he knows the laws of physics are negotiable. I sat back down on the sofa, my hands tucked under my armpits to hide their shaking. 2:59 a.m. The world seemed to hold its breath. The hum of the refrigerator cut out, a standard cycle, perfectly normal. But in the sudden vacuum of sound, my ears began to ring. It was a high-pitched, metallic whine, the sound of a television station that had gone off the air. 3:00 a.m. The red numbers on the microwave flickered. For a heartbeat, they didn't show 3:00. They showed 3 vertical lines, identical to the scratches on my old car. I blinked and the zeros returned, steady and indifferent. Then came the smell. It didn't drift in this time. It manifested. 1 second the room smelled of stale popcorn and fabric softener, and the next it was thick with the scent of wet copper and old, stagnant water. It was the smell of a butcher shop located in the middle of a swamp. I reached for my phone, my thumb hovering over the emergency call button. But what would I say? "Officer, there's a smell in my house and the clock looked weird." They'd have me in a psych ward before the sun came up. A soft asterisk thud came from the floor above me. My bedroom is directly above the living room. I live alone. No pets, no roommates, no guests. The sound was heavy, like a wet sandbag being dropped onto the hardwood. It was followed by a dragging sound. SSHHHHK. 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 I stood up the maglite, the same one from the Poconos, heavy in my hand. My heart was no longer hammering. It had slowed to a dull, heavy thrum that felt like it was moving sludge through my veins. I walked toward the stairs, every fiber of my being screaming at me to run out the front door, to stand in the middle of the street under the orange glow of the municipal lights until the milkman arrived. But I couldn't. This was my home. This was the last line of defense. If I gave this up, there was nowhere left to go. I climbed the stairs, my socks silent on the carpet. The dragging sound stopped when I reached the landing. The hallway was a tunnel of gray shadows. My bedroom door was cracked open just an inch, exactly the width of the window gap in my SUV. I pushed the door open. The room was empty. The bed was made, the curtains were drawn, and the air was still. But the smell was stronger here. It was coming from the closet. I walked over, my breath coming in shallow hitches. I grabbed the handle of the sliding door and flung it back. Nothing. Just my suits, my button-downs, and a row of shoes. I exhaled, a ragged sound that was half laugh, half sob. "Get a grip, Elias," I whispered. "It's the stress, it's just the stress." I turned to leave the room, but my eyes caught the mirror on the back of the bedroom door. In the dim light reflecting from the hallway, I saw the bed, and on the white duvet, there were 3 damp, dark streaks. They started at the foot of the bed and moved toward the headboard, as if something wet had crawled up the mattress. I spun around, shining the light on the bed. The streaks were there. They weren't blood, they were darker, like river silt or old oil. I reached out a finger, touching the fabric. It was freezing cold. Tab, tab, tab. The sound didn't come from the roof this time. It came from inside the wall, right behind the headboard. Tab, tab, tab. I backed away, my heel catching on the rug. I felt the flashlight clattering across the floor, its beam spinning wildly before coming to rest on the ceiling. In the shifting light, I saw the ceiling fan. It was turning, slowly, very slowly, and hanging from one of the blades was a single, smooth river stone, tied with a piece of dark, wet twine. I scrambled backward out of the room, not even bothering to pick up the light. I hit the hallway wall and slid down, my eyes fixed on the open bedroom door. "What do you want?" I yelled, my voice cracking. "What did I take? I didn't take anything." "3," the voice whispered. It didn't come from the bedroom. It came from the baby monitor I'd bought years ago when my sister brought her newborn over. A piece of tech I'd forgotten was even plugged into the outlet in the hallway. The speaker crackled with static, the sound of wind through bare oaks, even though the windows were double-paned and sealed tight. 3 for the taking, 1 for the gate, 1 for the blood, 1 for the weight. The voice was louder now, more distinct. It sounded like a recording being played at the wrong speed, a cacophony of overlapping tones that made my teeth ache. I lunged for the monitor, ripping it out of the wall, but the voice didn't stop. It just moved. It was in the vents, it was in the pipes. The house itself was speaking. I ran. I didn't grab my coat or my shoes. I bolted down the stairs, fumbled with the deadbolt, and burst out into the freezing January night. I ran until my lungs burned, until the salt of my sweat froze on my skin. I didn't stop until I reached the 24-hour gas station at the end of the main road. The clerk, a kid no older than 20 with dyed green hair, looked up from his phone as I slammed into the glass door. I must have looked like a lunatic, barefoot, in pajama pants and a thin t-shirt, shivering violently in the fluorescent glare. "Hey man, you okay?" he asked, reaching under the counter, likely for a silent alarm. "Call the police," I gasped. Someone is in my house." The police came. They were professional, bored, and thorough. They searched the townhouse from top to bottom. They found no one. They found no signs of forced entry. They looked at the bed and saw the damp streaks, but the officer, a gray-haired veteran named Miller, just shrugged. "Looks like a roof leak, Mr. Thorne, or maybe a pipe in the attic. The cold does weird things to plumbing." "And the stone?" I asked, pointing to the ceiling fan. They looked up. The twine was there, but the stone was gone. In its place, dangling from the string, was my old car key, the one I'd surrendered to the dealership when I traded in the SUV. "I don't know what to tell you," Miller said, his eyes lingering on my trembling hands. "Maybe you're sleepwalking. People do strange things when they're under pressure. My brother once moved his entire living room set into the backyard in his sleep. Didn't remember a thing the next morning." They left with a polite suggestion that I see a doctor or maybe stay with a friend for a few days. I stood in the middle of my living room, the front door locked and bolted once more. The sun was beginning to rise, a pale, sickly yellow light filtering through the blinds. I felt a strange sense of calm. The terror had reached such a pitch that it had broken something inside me, leaving behind a cold, hard shell of resignation. I went to the kitchen and made a cup of coffee. My hands were steady now. I looked at the microwave clock, 7:14 a.m. I walked to the sink to rinse my cup, and that's when I saw it. On the stainless steel of the refrigerator, there were 3 magnets. I hadn't put them there. They were simple alphabet magnets from a set I didn't own. A 3, an A, an M. And underneath them, pinned by a small, round magnet, was a Polaroid photo. The image was blurry, the colors washed out by a harsh flash. It showed a man sleeping in the driver's seat of a car. His head was tilted back, his mouth slightly open. A jacket was draped over his chest. Through the window behind him, a face was pressed against the glass. It wasn't a human face. It was too long, the skin the color of a drowned corpse, with eyes that were nothing more than 2 pits of absolute, oily blackness. One hand was visible, pressed against the glass, the fingers long and multi-jointed, holding the window down by a fraction of an inch. The timestamp at the bottom of the photo read, Nav 14-3-00-01 a.m. I looked at the photo for a long time. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I simply walked to the trash can and dropped the photo inside. I realized then that the logistics of my life, the facts, the timestamps, the physical coordinates, were no longer my own. I had been mapped. I had been logged. And whatever had found me in the Poconos wasn't a ghost or a monster in the traditional sense. It was a predator that lived in the gaps between the minutes. I went to my office and opened my laptop. I didn't look for a therapist or a priest. I looked for others. I searched forums, occult archives, and police reports from across the country. I searched for 3:00 a.m., river stones, and the triple scratch. The results were sparse, buried under layers of creepypasta and urban legends. But then, I found a thread on a defunct paranormal board from 2012. The title was simply, The Logistics of the Veil. The original poster, someone using the handle Chronos88, had written, "It starts with a mistake. You stop when you should move. You sleep when you should watch. You give them the gap. Once they have the gap, they have the coordinates. They don't want your soul. They want your time. They eat the hours you don't remember." I messaged the user, knowing the account was likely dead. To my surprise, a notification popped up 3 minutes later. "You're late," the message read. "Who is this?" I typed back. "Someone who also stopped at 300. Look at your wrist, Elias." I looked down. I wasn't wearing a watch. I hadn't worn one since the Poconos. But there, on the pale skin of my inner wrist, were 3 faint blue bruises. They were perfectly straight, vertical lines. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my ear, the same ringing from earlier. I looked at the computer screen, but the browser window was gone. In its place was a live feed from my own security camera. It showed the front of my townhouse. The street was empty. The snow was falling softly. But in the center of the frame, standing directly in front of my door, was a figure. It was tall, nearly 7 feet, and impossibly thin. It wore a tattered, dark coat that seemed to absorb the light around it. It wasn't moving. It was just standing there, looking directly into the camera. It raised a hand. It had too many joints. It held up 3 fingers. Then the power in the house went out. Not a flicker, but a total, crushing darkness. The laptop screen died. The refrigerator stopped humming. The silence returned, heavier than ever. I sat in the dark, my heart beating a slow, steady rhythm. I knew the layout of my house by heart. I knew where the doors were, where the windows were, where the weapons were. But I also knew it didn't matter. I reached into my pocket and felt the cold metal of the car key, the one that shouldn't be there. I gripped it tight, the teeth of the key biting into my palm. "I'm a rational person," I whispered into the dark. "I deal in facts." From the hallway, I heard the sound of the front door clicking open. Not forced, not broken, just unlocked as if by a key. The floorboards didn't creak, the air didn't move, but I felt the presence enter the room. It brought with it the smell of the river and the cold of the mountain fog. I didn't turn on my light, I didn't run, I just waited. The clock on the wall, a battery-operated analog clock I'd bought to replace the digital ones, ticked once. Tick. The sound was deafening. I looked toward the doorway. I couldn't see the figure, but I could see the absence of light where it stood. It was a hole in the world, a silhouette carved out of the night. "What do you want?" I asked again. My voice was steady now. The figure moved closer. I could hear the sound of its coat brushing against the walls, a dry, papery sound. "The debt," it whispered. The voice wasn't in my ears this time, it was inside my skull. "You slept for 61 minutes, Elias Thorne. You owed us the hour, but you took an extra minute. You woke at 300. You saw the scene." "I didn't mean to," I said, a pathetic defense. "The veil doesn't care about intent. It cares about balance. You have seen what lies behind the paint. Now you must help us apply the next coat." The figure reached out. A long, cold finger touched my forehead. The world tilted. The walls of my living room dissolved into a swirling gray mist. The floor beneath my feet turned to gravel. I smelled the damp earth of the Poconos. I heard the distant hum of an interstate that no longer existed. I wasn't in my house anymore. I was back in the turnout. I was back in the SUV. I looked at the dashboard, 2:14 a.m. I felt a wave of relief so intense it made me dizzy. It was a dream. It was all a dream. I had just fallen asleep, and my mind had constructed a nightmare to punish me for my exhaustion. I reached for the ignition, ready to start the car and drive home, to put this whole hallucination behind me. But then I looked at my hands. They weren't my hands. They were long, pale. The skin was translucent, showing a network of black veins beneath. My fingernails were thick and yellowed like old bone. I looked in the rearview mirror. 2 pits of oily blackness stared back at me. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My throat felt like it was filled with dry leaves. I tried to move, but my body felt heavy, as if I were moving through deep water. Then I heard a car pull into the gravel turnout. A silver sedan, a sensible modern car. The engine cut out. The cooling metal began to tick. The driver, a man in his 30s with tired eyes and a logistics company logo on his polo shirt, reclined his seat. He checked his watch. He draped a jacket over his chest. He closed his eyes. I felt a pull, a primal, irresistible urge. I reached for the door handle of the SUV, but I didn't open it. I didn't need to. I was the fog. I was the silence. I stepped out onto the gravel. I didn't make a sound. I walked to the silver sedan and looked through the window at the man sleeping inside. He looked so peaceful, so rational. I reached out a hand. My fingers, with their extra joints, brushed against the glass. I found the seal. I pressed down just a fraction of an inch. The cold air rushed in. The man stirred, but he didn't wake. I climbed onto the roof of the car. The metal felt warm beneath me. I began to drum my fingernails against the paint. Tap, tap, tap. I looked at the digital clock on the sedan's dashboard. 2:59 a.m. I waited. I held my breath. I felt the veil thinning, the paint beginning to peel. I felt the hunger for the hour that was about to be mine. The numbers flipped. 3:00 a.m. 3, I whispered, the voice dry and genderless. 3 for the taking. The man in the car sat up, rubbing his face. He reached for his phone. He looked at the crack in his window. I saw the first spark of terror in his eyes. It was a beautiful thing. It was the color of a penny on a tongue. It was the smell of fresh blood. And as I watched him, I realized that I wasn't Elias Thorne anymore. Elias Thorne was the one in the car. I was the logistics of the night. I was the timestamp. I was the physical coordinate. I was the third line. And the clock had only just begun to strike. The transition was not a snap of a film strip or the closing of a book. It was the slow, agonizing settling of silt in a disturbed pond. I felt my consciousness stretching thin. A piece of gum pulled until it was translucent, anchored at one end to the memory of a man named Elias who sold freight solutions, and at the other to this cold, elongated shape crouched atop a silver sedan. The man inside, the new Elias, the current Elias, shivered. I could feel his chill as if it were my own, yet it reached me through a filter of static. He reached for the dial of his heater, his fingers fumbling in the dark. He was looking for comfort, for the mechanical assurance of a combustion engine, but the air coming through the vents remained stubbornly, unnaturally frigid. I leaned forward, my chest pressing against the cold steel of the roof, and I felt the vibration of his heartbeat through the chassis. It was fast, too fast, a frantic, rhythmic drumming that signaled the harvest was ready. I didn't have a tongue, not in the way he did, but I could feel the shape of words forming in the hollow of my throat. They weren't my words. They were the house's words, the mountain's words, the words of the gap. One for the gate, I hissed. The sound didn't come from my mouth. It vibrated out of the car's speakers, a low-frequency hum that made the coins in his center console jingle. The man in the car froze. He didn't look up. He did exactly what I had done. He stared at the dashboard, his eyes wide and glazed, praying that if he didn't acknowledge the anomaly, it would cease to exist. He was a rational man. He dealt in logistics. He believed in the linear progression of time and the solidity of matter. I felt a pang of something that might have been pity, but it was swallowed by a ravenous, hollow ache in my midsection, a hunger not for meat, but for the very reality he was currently clinging to. I reached down, my multi-jointed fingers elongated and pale as peeled birch bark, and gripped the edge of the driver's side door. I didn't pull. I simply waited for the minute to ripen. In the distance, the interstate groaned. A semi-truck passed, its headlights cutting a brief, violent swathe of white through the fog. For a microsecond, the man in the car saw my shadow cast against the frosted grass of the turnout. It was a long, distorted thing, a jagged silhouette that defied the laws of optics. He let out a sharp, choked gasp, the sound of a man realizing the basement floor isn't actually there. He scrambled for his phone. His thumb swiped frantically at the screen, the blue light illuminating his terrified features. I watched him try to dial 911, but the screen didn't show numbers. It showed 3 vertical lines. Then it showed a picture of him, taken from the roof of the car, looking down through the sunroof. He dropped the phone. It fell into the footwell with a dull thud. 3 for the taking, I whispered, and this time I let my weight settle. The suspension of the sedan groaned under the impossible heaviness of my presence. The car tilted to the left, the tires compressing into the gravel. He screamed then. It was a good scream, rich, vibrant, and full of the chronological energy I needed to sustain this form. As he screamed, I felt the memory of my townhouse in the suburbs begin to dissolve. The smell of the coffee I just made, the texture of the carpet, the face of the green-haired clerk at the gas station. They were being overwritten. They were being filed away into the spent folder of the universe. I wasn't just taking his hour, I was taking his place in the sequence. I slid off the roof, my movements fluid and boneless, and stood by the driver's side window. I pressed my face against the glass. I wanted him to see. I wanted him to recognize the eyes that were now pits of oily blackness. I wanted him to understand the logistics of the exchange. He backed away, pressing himself against the passenger door, his hands up in a useless gesture of defense. "Please," he sobbed. "I have a meeting. I have a life. I have." "You have a debt," the voice in my head replied. I reached into the gap I had made in the window. My fingers brushed his shoulder. The contact was electric. A surge of his memories flooded into me. His childhood dog, the taste of a first kiss, the stress of a missed deadline. I drank them in like cold water. They were delicious. They were fuel. As I drained him, his form began to change. His skin paled. His limbs lengthened. His eyes began to darken, the irises bleeding into the whites until only the void remained. He wasn't dying. He was being promoted. He was being moved up the line. "Wait," I tried to say, but the hunger was too strong. Suddenly, the world flickered. The turnout disappeared. The silver sedan vanished. The fog of the Poconos was replaced by the sterile, flickering lights of an industrial hallway. I was no longer standing on gravel. I was standing on linoleum. I looked down at my hands. They were human again. I was wearing a suit, a cheap polyester blend that smelled of dry cleaning chemicals and nervous sweat. I was holding a clipboard. I looked up. I was in a vast, windowless warehouse. It stretched on for miles in every direction, the ceiling lost in a haze of yellow sodium lights. Thousands of people were there, all dressed in identical suits, all holding clipboards. They were moving with a mechanical, rhythmic precision, shifting crates from one conveyor belt to another. The crates weren't filled with goods. They were filled with clocks, thousands of them. Some were grandfathers, some were digital, some were simple sundials, and every single one of them was stuck at 300. "Keep moving, Thorn," a voice barked. I turned. Standing behind me was the man from the gas station, the kid with the green hair. But he wasn't a kid anymore. He was older, his face lined with centuries of exhaustion. He wore a supervisor's badge that read asterisk logistics of the Veil, Sector 3. "Where am I?" I stammered, my voice sounding thin and tinny in the vast space. "You're in the processing center," he said, not looking up from his own clipboard. "You finished your field rotation. You caught a live one. Good job. Now you have to log the hours. We're behind on the November 14th cycle." "I don't understand. I was a monster. I was on the car." The supervisor sighed, a sound like a leaking steam pipe. Perspective, Elias. It's all perspective. On the outside, you're the predator. On the inside, you're the clerk. The universe doesn't run on magic, it runs on accounting. Every second has to be accounted for. When someone slips through a gap when they wake up during the maintenance cycle at 3:00 a.m., they create a deficit. Someone has to fill it. Someone has to be the weight on the scale. He pointed to a conveyor belt nearby. A crate was passing by, and inside was a single, smooth river stone. "That one's yours," he said. "Label it, coordinate it, send it back to the Poconos. We need to anchor the next one." I looked at the stone. I remembered the one hanging from my ceiling fan. I remembered the 3 scratches on my car. It wasn't a haunting. It wasn't a curse. It was a mechanical necessity. I picked up a pen. My hand was steady, but it wasn't my hand. It was a tool, a biological instrument designed for record keeping. I began to write. I wrote down the coordinates of the turnout. I wrote down the VIN number of the silver sedan. I wrote down the exact millisecond the man's heart had skipped a beat. As I worked, the hunger began to fade, replaced by a dull, numbing boredom. This was the secret terror, not the shadows or the teeth, but the infinite, bureaucratic monotony of the void. I worked for what felt like hours or perhaps years. Time had no meaning here. We were the ones who manufactured it. I processed thousands of gaps. I saw people from every century, every country, all caught in the same 3:00 a.m. trap. I saw a woman in 1920s London staring at a flickering gas lamp. I saw a boy in 14th century France watching the shadows of a cathedral move against the moon. They were all the same. They were all deficits. Then I saw a familiar name on the manifest. Thorne Elias, location, suburban townhouse, status, pending. I stopped. "Wait," I said to the supervisor. "This is me. This is my house. I already did this." The green-haired man looked at the manifest and frowned. "No, that's the next one. You're confused, Elias. The sequence isn't linear. You think you went from the Poconos to the house and then to the car, but that's just how your brain interpreted the data." "Then where am I now?" "You're in the middle," he said. "You're the bridge. You're the one who has to go back and make sure the Elias in the house wakes up. If he doesn't wake up, the whole November 14th block collapses, and if that happens, the gap grows. And if the gap grows..." He trailed off, looking up at the dark ceiling. "Well, you don't want to see what lives in the bigger gaps." He handed me a key. It was the old key to my SUV. "Go to the bedroom," he said. "Use the fan, tie the stone, make sure he sees the scratches. If he doesn't get scared enough, he won't run. If he doesn't run, he won't get to the gas station. And if he doesn't get to the gas station, I don't get hired and I don't get to tell you any of this." "It's a loop," I whispered. "It's a supply chain," he corrected. "Now move, it's almost 3:00. I felt the floor drop away. The warehouse dissolved into a blur of gray and yellow. I was falling through layers of reality, passing through the walls of my own home like a ghost. I felt the familiar weight of the maglite in my hand, then the coldness of the river stone. I was in the bedroom. I saw myself, the other Elias, sleeping on the bed. He looked so small, so fragile. He was dreaming of freight schedules and logistics. I felt a surge of hatred for him, for his ignorance, for his safety. I wanted to wake him up with a scream, but I knew the rules. I had to follow the manifest. I climbed onto the bed. I felt the dampness of my own form leaving streaks on the duvet. I moved toward the headboard. I reached into the wall, my hand passing through the drywall as if it were smoke. I found the copper pipes. I gripped them. Tab, tab, tab. I watched him stir. I watched him sit up, his eyes searching the darkness. I saw the moment the red numbers on the microwave flickered in his mind's eye. I felt a strange, hollow satisfaction. I was the architect of my own undoing. I was the logistics manager of my own nightmare. I moved to the ceiling fan. I pulled a piece of twine from the pocket of my suit, which was now becoming a tattered coat, and tied the river stone to the blade. I spun it just a fraction. SSHHHK. SSHHHK. He was out of the bed now. He was heading for the stairs. He was doing exactly what he was supposed to do. He was playing his part in the harvest. I followed him down the stairs, staying in the shadows, staying in the gaps between his heartbeats. I watched him grab the maglite. I watched him stare at the front door. I leaned close to his ear, my breath smelling of stagnant water and old copper. 3, I whispered. He bolted. He ran out into the night, exactly as the manifest predicted. I stood in the empty living room, the silence returning. I looked at the microwave. 3:05 a.m. The job was done. The cycle was secure. I felt the pull of the warehouse, the call of the clipboard, and the infinite rows of clocks. But before I left, I walked over to the refrigerator. I looked at the alphabet magnets. I moved them one by one with my long, multi-jointed fingers. 3 a.m. Then I reached into the pocket of my tattered coat and pulled out a Polaroid. It was a photo I had taken myself from the warehouse, looking through a portal into the past. It showed me, the human me, sleeping in the SUV in the Poconos. I pinned it to the fridge with a small, round magnet. "Good luck, Elias," I whispered. As I faded away back into the gray mist of the processing center, I heard the sound of a car pulling into the driveway. It was the police, Officer Miller and his partner. They were right on time. The logistics were perfect. The veil was intact. But as I stepped back into the industrial hallway, I noticed something that wasn't on the manifest. On the wall of the warehouse, near the exit to the 1980s sector, there were 3 new scratches. They were deep, jagged, and fresh. And from the darkness above the sodium lights, I heard a sound that didn't belong in the warehouse. It wasn't a tick, it wasn't a tap. It was a laugh. A high-pitched, metallic whine that sounded like a television station going off the air. I looked at my supervisor, the green-haired man. He was staring at the scratches, his face pale. "Sir," I asked. He didn't look at me. He just gripped his clipboard until his knuckles turned white. "The gap," he whispered, "it's growing." I looked at my wrist. The 3 blue bruises were glowing with a faint, sickly light. And then, for the first time since the Poconos, I felt a new sensation. I felt a 4th line beginning to itch. The supervisor didn't move. He didn't even blink. He simply stood there as the fluorescent lights overhead hummed a dying note, a sound that felt like it was pulling the marrow from my bones. The warehouse, which had seemed infinite in its clockwork boredom, suddenly felt small, a fragile bubble of order suspended in a sea of hungry static. "The 4th line," he whispered, his voice no longer that of a tired bureaucrat, but of a man who had just seen the bottom of a grave. It wasn't supposed to happen for another century. The logistics, the math was supposed to hold. I looked down at my wrist. The 3 bruises, those perfect vertical marks of my transition, were no longer static. The skin between the 3rd mark and my thumb was beginning to pucker and split. There was no blood, only a thin, silver vapor that smelled of ozone and wet pavement. A 4th line was etching itself into my flesh, a jagged, raw groove that burned with the heat of a falling star. "What is the 4th line?" I demanded, grabbing his arm. His skin felt like cold parchment ready to tear. "You said there were 3. 3 for the gate, 3 for the taking, 3 for the line. What happens at 4? The green-haired man finally looked at me. His eyes were no longer pits of oil. They were reflecting something far away, a horizon of white fire. 3 is a cycle, he said, his voice trembling. 3 is a loop. It's a closed system. It's the triangle that keeps the roof from collapsing. But 4 is a square. 4 has a center. 4 is a room you can't get out of. Behind him, the conveyor belts groaned and ground to a halt. The thousands of clerks in their polyester suits stopped in unison. They didn't turn to look at us. They simply stayed frozen in their tracks, their clipboards held at various angles, like a photograph of a busy street taken a second before a car crash. The silence that followed was heavier than the fog in the Poconos. It was a silence that had weight, a silence that had teeth. Then the clocks began to change. Throughout the vast, echoing chamber, the sound of ticking returned, but it wasn't the rhythmic, comforting heartbeat of a mechanical device. It was a frantic, desynchronized clatter. The grandfathers, the digitals, the sundials, they all began to accelerate. The numbers on the digital displays blurred into a frenzy of light. The hands on the analog faces spun so fast they became translucent discs of brass and steel. 301, 302, 315, 345. No, the supervisor gasped, dropping his clipboard. The papers scattered across the linoleum, each one turning black the moment it touched the floor. We're losing the hour. The maintenance window is closing prematurely. If the time escapes the warehouse, the sequence breaks. What happens to the Elias in the car? I shouted over the rising din of the clocks. What happens to the man I just replaced? He's trapped in the transit, the supervisor said, backing away toward a heavy steel door marked * emergency calibration. He's neither the predator nor the prey. He's the friction, and the friction is burning up the gears. The floor beneath us shuddered. A crack appeared in the linoleum, zigzagging between the rows of frozen clerks. From the depths of the fissure, that same metallic, high-pitched whine erupted, louder now, vibrating through my teeth. It wasn't a laugh. It was the sound of reality being fed into a shredder. I felt the fourth line on my wrist snap into place. The pain was blinding, a white-hot spike driven through my forearm. As the line completed itself, my vision shifted. I wasn't just seeing the warehouse anymore. I was seeing the layers beneath it. I saw the gears of the universe, massive, rusted cogs made of compressed memories and lost dreams, turning slowly in a void of black bile. And I saw the things that lived between the cogs. They were long, spindly things, shadows given a terrible, oily weight. They weren't like the creature I had become on the roof of the car. They were older. They were the original logistics. They were the ones who had built the warehouse, and they looked like they were tired of the management. One of them was clinging to the underside of the conveyor belt nearest to me. Its head was a cluster of fractured mirrors, reflecting 1,000 different versions of my own terrified face. It reached out a limb that looked like a length of barbed wire and snagged a passing clock. With a sound like breaking glass, it crushed the device, inhaling the golden mist of the seconds trapped inside. The harvest is being hijacked, the supervisor screamed, his hand on the door lever. Elias, listen to me. You have the fourth line. You're the only one who can move outside the loop. You have to go to the center. You have to find the 4:00 a.m. coordinate before they do. How? I yelled, but the air was becoming thick, like syrup. Each movement felt like I was pushing against a brick wall. The silver sedan, he shouted, his body starting to flicker, turning translucent as the warehouse began to derez around him. It's not just a car, it's the physical anchor. Find the driver, find yourself. With a violent lurch, the supervisor was pulled backward through the door, not by his own strength, but by a vacuum that seemed to have opened on the other side. The steel door slammed shut, and the bolts fused themselves to the frame. I was alone in the warehouse with the frozen clerks and the things in the gears. I looked at my wrist. The 4 lines were glowing a vibrant, pulsing violet. They weren't just marks, they were a compass. They were pulling my hand toward the north end of the facility, toward a section that was shrouded in a fog thicker and darker than any I had seen on the mountain. I began to run. My suit felt heavy, the polyester scratching against my skin, reminding me of the human I used to be. Every step was a struggle. The frozen clerks began to tilt as I passed them, their bodies leaning toward me like sunflowers following a dark sun. Their eyes remained fixed, but their mouths began to hang open, releasing a low, mournful hum that vibrated in my chest. As I reached the edge of the fog, the warehouse floor vanished. I was no longer on linoleum. I was walking on a surface that felt like cold, wet silk. The sodium lights were gone, replaced by a dim, ambient glow that seemed to come from the fog itself. In the center of the mist, I saw it. The silver sedan. It was suspended in midair, held aloft by thick black cables that pulsed with a rhythmic light. The car was battered, the roof crushed where I had sat, the driver's side window still cracked. Inside, I could see a figure slumped against the steering wheel. It was the man I had replaced, the new Elias. But he wasn't alone. Standing around the car were three figures. They were tall, dressed in high-collared coats that seemed to swallow the light. They didn't have faces, only smooth, blank surfaces of pale bone where features should have been. They were holding long, thin needles, and they were carefully stitching the fog into the seams of the car. "The fourth line has arrived," one of them said. The voice didn't come from the figure. It echoed from the car's radio, distorted and full of static. "The sequence is broken," another replied through the sound of the car's heater fan. "The bridge is built. The 4:00 a.m. transition can begin." I stepped forward, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Let him go," I said, my voice sounding strange and powerful in the void. "The hour belongs to the loop. You're stealing from the cycle." The three figures turned in unison. Their blank faces tilted toward me, and for a moment I felt a wave of absolute cold. Not the cold of winter, but the cold of the space between stars. "The cycle is a cage," the first figure said. "We are the architects of the expansion. 3 was a limit, 4 is a door." They moved aside, revealing the driver's side of the car. The man inside, the other Elias, wasn't unconscious. His eyes were wide open, and they were glowing with the same violet light as the lines on my wrist. He looked at me, and I saw a reflection of my own soul, stripped of its logistics, stripped of its suit and its freight solutions. He reached out and pressed his palm against the glass. "Elias," he whispered, and I heard it in my own head. "Don't let them finish the stitch. If they tie 3:00 to 4:00, there will be no more morning. The night will just keep growing." I looked at the black cables holding the car. They weren't cables, they were veins. They were pumping the stolen time from the warehouse into the sedan, turning the vehicle into a vessel for something that shouldn't exist. I reached for the door handle. "Stop," the third figure commanded. It raised a hand, and the air in front of me solidified into a wall of jagged glass. "The fourth line is the key. You are not here to save him. You are here to turn the lock." I looked at my wrist. The 4 lines were throbbing, a rhythmic pull that was trying to force my hand toward the car. My own body was betraying me. I was the final piece of the puzzle. I was the coordinate that would fix the car in place and allow the nightmare to spill over into the rest of the world. "I won't do it," I gritted out, fighting the urge to move forward. "You already have," the figure replied. I looked down. Underneath the silver sedan, the ground was no longer silk. It was gravel. I could smell the mountain laurel and the exhaust of the interstate. The warehouse was fading, the industrial lights becoming the first faint stars of a pre-dawn sky. The transition was happening. The 4:00 a.m. hour was bleeding into the 3:00 a.m. maintenance cycle. I saw the man in the car scream, but no sound came out. His body began to stretch, his limbs lengthening, his joints multiplying. He was becoming the thing I had been on the roof, but he wasn't stopping at 3 joints. He was becoming something more complex, something with too many angles to be perceived by a human eye. The car began to vibrate, the metal shrieking as it was reshaped by the influx of forbidden time. The silver paint bubbled and peeled, revealing a dark, iridescent surface beneath that looked like the wing of a moth. "The fourth line," the figures chanted, their voices now coming from everywhere, the wind, the trees, the distant hum of the highway. "The fourfold path, the hour that never ends." I felt a surge of desperation. If I was the key, then I had to change the lock. I looked at the fourth line on my wrist. It was still raw, still bleeding that silver vapor. I didn't reach for the car. Instead, I reached for the air itself. I remembered the feeling of being the fog. I remembered the sensation of being the silence. I reached into the gap between the third and fourth lines, into the raw, unformed space of my own transformation. I didn't pull, I pushed. I shoved all the memories of the warehouse, all the boredom of the logistics, all the weight of the polyester suit into that fourth line. I fed it the monotony. I fed it the clipboards and the sodium lights and the endless rows of clocks. The violet light flickered. It turned a dull, leaden gray. The figures in the coats recoiled. "What are you doing? You are polluting the transition." "I'm filing a report," I hissed, the words tasting like ink. The fourth line began to crust over, turning into a thick, ugly scar of mundane reality. The surge of power from the warehouse slowed, then reversed. The black veins began to wither, the stolen time flowing back into the broken clocks. The silver sedan slammed back down onto the gravel of the turnout with a bone-jarring thud. The lights of the warehouse vanished, replaced by the harsh, cold reality of the Poconos. The three figures were gone. The fog was just fog again, cold, damp, and blind. I was standing next to the car. I was Elia's thorn. I was wearing my logistics polo shirt. My eyes were tired. My heart was thudding a slow, heavy rhythm. I looked through the window. The man inside was gone. The seat was empty. There was only a faint scent of ozone and the lingering vibration of a scream. I looked at my wrist. The 3 blue bruises were still there, but the fourth line was a jagged, raised scar, a permanent reminder of the room I had almost entered. I checked my watch. 3:59 a.m. I waited, my breath hitching in my throat. I watched the digital display. The numbers flipped. 4:00 a.m. The world didn't end. The night didn't grow. In the distance, the first hint of gray began to touch the horizon. The birds in the trees began to stir, their chirps tentative and small. I leaned against the car, my legs shaking. I had stopped the expansion. I had preserved the loop. But as I looked down at the gravel, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Lying there right next to my shoe was a small, round magnet, and pinned beneath it was a Polaroid. It was a photo of me, standing right where I was now, looking down at the camera with eyes that were pits of oily blackness. And on the back of the photo, written in a hand that I knew was my own, were 4 simple words. "See you at 5. The cold of the Poconos was different now. It didn't feel like weather, it felt like a judgment. I stood by the idling sedan, the vibration of the engine humming through the soles of my boots, a mechanical purr that seemed offensively normal. The Polaroid felt heavy in my hand, the chemical scent of the developing film mixing with the pine and the fading ozone. "See you at 5. The ink was still slightly tacky. I looked at the image of myself, the version of me that had been hollowed out, the creature with the multi-jointed fingers and the polyester skin. It was staring back with a knowing, predatory patience. I wasn't looking at a monster, I was looking at a promotion. I shoved the photo into my pocket, my fingers brushing against the scar of the 4th line. It was raised and angry, a ridge of keloid tissue that throbbed in time with a clock I could no longer see but could certainly hear. The warehouse hadn't vanished. It had just retracted its claws. It was still there, folded into the dimensions behind the mist, waiting for the next logistical error. I got into the car. The interior smelled of stale coffee and the ghost of the man who had been sitting there moments ago. My double, the Elias who hadn't been ready. I looked into the rearview mirror, half expecting to see those oily pits instead of my own bloodshot eyes. I looked human enough, but my reflection seemed to lag by a fraction of a second, a stutter in the frame rate of reality. I put the car in gear and pulled out of the turnout. I couldn't stay there. The police would be arriving soon, Officer Miller and his partner, according to the script I had overheard in the warehouse. The logistics were perfect, the supervisor had said. If I was there when they arrived, I'd be a variable they weren't prepared to calculate. And in this world, variables were handled with surgical precision. As I drove down the winding mountain road, the headlights cutting through the thinning fog, I realized the geography had changed. The road signs were blank, white rectangles reflecting the high beams. The trees didn't have leaves. They had fractals, repeating patterns of bark and branch that stretched upward into a sky that remained a stubborn, bruised purple. I was in the transition. I hadn't escaped the warehouse. I had simply moved into a higher priority sector. The radio flickered to life. There was no music, no news, just the rhythmic, metallic whine I had heard before, the laugh that sounded like a dying television station. Transit confirmed, a voice whispered through the speakers. It wasn't the supervisor. It was deeper, more resonant, like stones grinding together at the bottom of a well. Sector 400 is live, adjusting the flow. Who is this? I asked, my voice cracking. I gripped the steering wheel so hard the plastic groaned. You're ahead of schedule, Elias, the voice replied, ignoring my question. The 4:00 a.m. window is for processing. The 5:00 a.m. window is for delivery. You've skipped the sorting. That's a violation of the manifest. I don't care about your manifest, I shouted at the dashboard. I'm going home. I'm driving out of this. There is no out, Elias. There is only the next shift. Look at the odometer. I looked down. The numbers weren't counting miles. They were counting down seconds. 35:40, 35:39, 35:38. 59 minutes until 5 o'clock. The road ahead began to straighten, the trees falling away to reveal a landscape that made my stomach flip. It wasn't the Poconos anymore. It was a vast, flat plain of gray concrete that stretched to the horizon in every direction. Standing at regular intervals were massive pylons, their tops lost in the clouds, draped with thick, black cables that hummed with a low-frequency vibration. It looked like a power grid for a god. Between the pylons, I saw them. Thousands of cars, thousands of silver sedans, all identical to mine, driving in perfect, synchronized rows across the concrete desert. There were no lanes, no signals, just a terrifying, silent swarm of metal moving toward a single point in the distance. I checked my side mirrors. There were sedans behind me. I looked to my left. A woman was driving the car next to mine. She was wearing a logistics polo shirt, her face a mask of pale exhaustion. She didn't look at me. Her hands were locked at 10 and 2, her eyes fixed on the horizon. On her wrist, 4 blue lines glowed with a sickly violet light. We were the fleet. We were the delivery system. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The warehouse didn't just process time, it distributed it. And we were the couriers. Every hour, a new fleet was released to carry the product into the world to ensure that 4:00 a.m. became 5:00 a.m. and 5:00 a.m. became 6:00 a.m. We were the reason the sun rose, not because of orbital mechanics, but because of a logistical mandate. But something was wrong with my car. While the others moved with a smooth, eerie silence, my engine was knocking. The fourth line on my wrist, the one I had polluted with the mundane boredom of my old life, was acting like a drag on the system. My car was shuddering, falling out of alignment with the rest of the fleet. The woman in the car next to me finally turned her head. Her eyes weren't black pits. They were gone entirely, replaced by two glowing digital clocks that were rapidly flickering through numbers. "Out of sync," she mouthed through the glass. Her voice came through my radio, distorted and cold. "The 4:00 a.m. sequence requires uniformity. You are a blemish on the delivery." "I'm not a blemish," I snarled, flooring the accelerator. "I'm a person." The car didn't speed up. Instead, the concrete beneath me began to ripple. The black cables overhead dipped lower, their humming growing into a deafening roar. One of the pylons began to tilt, its massive base grinding against the concrete with a sound like a mountain breaking. "The 5:00 a.m. deadline is absolute," the voice on the radio returned. "If the fleet is compromised, the hour is discarded. Do you understand the cost of a discarded hour, Elias? Millions of lives unlived, millions of memories unmade. You are carrying the weight of 1 billion heartbeats in that trunk. Do not be selfish." I looked in the rearview mirror. I hadn't looked in the trunk. I reached back and pulled the lever to pop it. The lid flew up, obscuring my rear view. Through the gap, I didn't see luggage or a spare tire. I saw a swirling vortex of golden mist, the same mist I had seen in the warehouse. But inside the mist, there were shapes, tiny, flickering scenes. A child blowing out birthday candles, an old man holding a hand, a first kiss under a street lamp. It was the raw material of the 5:00 a.m. hour, the moments that hadn't happened yet. The cargo was life itself. And it was leaking. Because of the fourth line, because of my refusal to fully transition, the seal on the trunk wasn't holding. The golden mist was trailing behind the car, being sucked into the gray void of the concrete plain. As it hit the ground, the scenes vanished, turning into black ash. I was killing the future. "Fix it," the voice commanded. "Accept the fourth line. Complete the stitch. If you don't, the 5:00 a.m. hour will be empty. The world will wake up to a vacuum." I looked at my wrist. The scar was itching, burning, pleading to be opened. If I just let go, if I embraced the multi-jointed fingers and the oily eyes, I could seal the trunk. I could save the hour. I could be the perfect courier. But I'd never be Elias Thorne again. I'd be a gear, a cog, a piece of freight. The car to my right began to veer toward me. The woman with the clock eyes was no longer driving. She was leaning out of the window, her arms stretching out, growing longer, her fingers turning into those familiar, jagged hooks. "Relinquish the cargo," she screeched. "If you cannot deliver, you must be salvaged." She lunged. Her hand slammed into my passenger side window, the glass spiderwebbing but not breaking. She clung to the side of my car like a parasite, her weight pulling us both out of the formation. Behind us, more cars began to break rank. The perfect synchronization was shattering. The concrete plane was cracking, massive fissures opening up to reveal the rusted gears beneath. The things that lived between the cogs, the shadow creatures with mirror heads, were climbing out, sensing the chaos. They began to swarm the cars, tearing at the metal, feasting on the golden mist leaking from the broken fleet. "The logistics are failing," the supervisor's voice screamed over the radio, sounding distant and terrified. "Elias, the gap is growing. The 1980s sector is bleeding into the present. We're losing the 20th century." I looked ahead. The horizon was no longer a straight line. It was a jagged edge where the concrete ended and a chaotic jumble of eras began. I saw Victorian gaslights flickering next to neon signs from the 90s. I saw a Roman legion marching through a suburban shopping mall. The warehouse was collapsing into itself. I looked at the woman clinging to my car. Her clock eyes were spinning backward. She was de-aging before my eyes, her polyester suit turning into a poodle skirt, then a christening gown, then a pile of raw wool. She vanished into the wind, leaving only a faint scent of lavender. I was alone at the front of a dying parade. The odometer hit 600, 10 minutes until 5. The concrete plane ended abruptly. Ahead of me was a massive, shimmering curtain of white light, the 5:00 a.m. gate. It was the threshold back into the world of the living, the point where the cargo would be released and the sun would finally be allowed to crest the hills of the Poconos. But the gate was closing. The pillars of light were drawing together, reacting to the corruption in the fleet. "You won't make it," the voice on the radio said, now sounding strangely mournful. "The weight is too much. The fourth line is too heavy." I looked at the scar on my wrist. It wasn't just a mark, it was an anchor. It was the only thing connecting me to the man I used to be, the man who had slept in his SUV and worried about his mortgage. If I stayed human, the hour would die. If I became the monster, the hour would live, but I would be lost forever in the logistics of the infinite. I looked at the Polaroid on the passenger seat, the monster me, the future me. "Good luck, Elias," I whispered, repeating the words I had said to my past self in the kitchen. I didn't open the scar. I didn't complete the stitch. Instead, I reached into the glove box and pulled out a heavy, steel tire pressure gauge. It was a simple, blunt object of the physical world. I jammed it into the steering column, locking the wheel in place toward the gate. Then, I climbed into the back seat, my movements clumsy and frantic. The car was shaking violently now, the metal groaning as it began to derez. I could see through the floorboards to the gears below. I reached for the trunk release from the inside, pulling the emergency cable. The back seat folded down, and I was staring directly into the vortex of the 5:00 a.m. hour. It was beautiful. It was a hurricane of sunbeams and birdsong, of the smell of breakfast and the sound of garage doors opening. It was the mundane, glorious reality of a Tuesday morning. "I'm not the courier," I said, the golden light reflecting in my eyes. "I'm the freight." I threw myself into the mist. The sensation was like being shredded and reassembled 1,000 times a second. I wasn't a body anymore. I was a sequence of events. I was a Tuesday in April. I was a cup of lukewarm coffee. I was the feeling of a cold steering wheel under a palm. I felt the fourth line on my wrist shatter. The scar didn't open. It evaporated, the mundane weight I had poured into it acting as a heat shield against the raw power of the transition. The silver sedan hit the 5:00 a.m. gate at 90 miles an hour. There was a sound like a crystal cathedral shattering. The white light swallowed everything. The concrete plane, the pylons, the warehouse, the supervisor. It all dissolved into a single, blinding point of data. Then silence. I opened my eyes. I was lying on my back on cold, damp grass. The air was sharp with the smell of pine and wet earth. Above me, the sky was a pale, soft gray, the stars fading as the first light of dawn touched the clouds. I sat up, my bones aching, my head spinning. I was in the Poconos. I was at the turnout, but the silver sedan was gone. There was no SUV. There was no fog. I looked at my wrist. The 3 blue bruises were gone. The skin was clear, smooth, and unblemished. There was no scar. I checked my watch. 5:01 a.m. I stood up, my legs feeling like lead. I looked around, trying to find some sign that it had been real, some proof that I hadn't just had a psychotic break on the side of a mountain. A car was parked about 50 feet away, a dark blue SUV. I walked toward it, my heart hammering. I peered through the window. A man was sleeping in the driver's seat. He looked tired. He looked like he hadn't slept well in years. It was me. But this wasn't the Elias from the 3:00 a.m. window. This was an Elias who had never seen the warehouse. This was an Elias who had just pulled over to catch an hour of sleep before finishing the drive home. I reached into my pocket, my fingers trembling. I pulled out a Polaroid. It was the photo from the kitchen, the one of the monster me. But as I watched, the image began to fade. The oily eyes turned back into tired human eyes. The multi-jointed fingers shortened. The tattered coat turned into a logistics polo shirt. The monster was gone. On the back of the photo, the words "See you at 5" were disappearing, replaced by a single, blurred line of text in a messy, familiar hand. Shift completed. I looked at the man in the car. He stirred, his eyes fluttering open. He looked at the clock on the dashboard, then out at the sunrise. He looked peaceful. I stepped back into the shadows of the trees, the photo crumbling into gray ash in my hand. I didn't know where I was going to go. I didn't know how I was going to live in a world where I knew what was happening behind the curtains. But as I turned to walk down the mountain, I felt a strange sensation in my pocket. I reached in and pulled out a small, round magnet. And from the trees behind me, very faint and very far away, I heard the sound of a clock striking. Not 3:06. The chime didn't come from a church tower or a digital alarm. It was a resonant, metallic tolling that seemed to vibrate the very marrow of my bones, a sound that suggested the closing of a massive vault door miles beneath the earth. It was the sound of a deadline being met. I stood frozen on the shoulder of the road, the magnet cold against my palm. The Elias in the SUV, the real Elias, the one who belonged to this timeline, was stretching now, his silhouette dark against the burgeoning pink of the horizon. He reached for his ignition. The engine turned over with a healthy, mundane roar, a sound devoid of the electronic screaming that had haunted the warehouse's fleet. He pulled out onto the asphalt, his taillights fading into the dawn, leaving me alone in the dirt. I was a ghost in a world I had helped deliver. I looked down at the magnet. It was a simple thing, the kind used to pin a child's drawing to a refrigerator, but as I turned it over, I saw a serial number etched into the rim in microscopic font, SR0600PLN*. Sector 600, the next shift. The realization was a cold lead weight in my stomach. I hadn't escaped the system. I had merely survived the transition. By throwing myself into the 5:00 a.m. cargo, I hadn't destroyed my role in the logistics of time. I had simply been resorted. I was no longer the driver. I was no longer the courier. I was something else. I began to walk. My legs moved with a strange, rhythmic precision that didn't feel entirely like my own. I wasn't heading toward the town or toward the highway. I was walking toward a cluster of trees that looked wrong. In the growing light, the shadows between the trunks didn't behave like shadows. They were too sharp, too geometric, forming perfect right angles against the mossy ground. As I stepped into the tree line, the temperature plummeted. The bird song of the 5:00 a.m. hour didn't fade. It looped. A robin's trill repeated every 4 seconds, a glitch in the ambient track of the morning. I pushed through a thicket of mountain laurel and found myself standing on the edge of a clearing that shouldn't have existed. In the center of the clearing sat a small, corrugated metal shack. It looked like a tool shed, rusted and unremarkable, except for the thick, black cables that snaked out from under its door and disappeared into the earth. Hanging from a nail on the door was a clipboard. I approached it, my breath hitching in my chest. The top sheet of the clipboard was a manifest. Station 0600, local maintenance. Operative THRNE, provisional. Task, calibration of the morning DEW. I reached out to touch the paper, but my hand stopped an inch away. My fingers were trembling, but not from fear. They were twitching in a specific Morse code rhythm. I looked down at my hand. The skin was pale, almost translucent, and beneath the surface I could see things moving. Not veins, not muscle. Tiny, silver filaments were weaving themselves into a new architecture beneath my grip. "You're late for the calibration," a voice said. I spun around. Sitting on a stump at the edge of the clearing was a man. He was wearing the same logistics polo shirt I had seen on the warehouse workers, but his was bleached white by what looked like centuries of sun. He was holding a spray bottle filled with a shimmering, iridescent liquid. He didn't have a face. Where his features should have been, there was a smooth, polished surface of obsidian. I could see my own reflection in it, a man with wild hair and terrified eyes, looking like a cornered animal. "Who are you?" I whispered. "I am the 6:00 a.m. supervisor for this grid," the mirror man replied. His voice didn't come from a mouth, it vibrated out of the air around him. "And you are the replacement. The 5:00 a.m. courier suffered a synchronization error. The fleet was compromised. We had to salvage what we could from the wreckage." "I was that courier," I said, my voice rising. "I jumped. I broke the loop." The mirror man stood up, his movements fluid and terrifyingly silent. He walked toward me, the spray bottle clicking in his hand. "You didn't break the loop, Elias. You provided the friction necessary for the 6:00 a.m. transition. The system doesn't care about your intent. It only cares about the energy generated by the struggle. Your rebellion was factored into the 5:45 a.m. power surge." He held out the spray bottle. "Take it. The dew doesn't settle itself. It has to be applied to the clover at exactly 6:12 a.m., or the refraction of the sun will burn the timeline." I backed away, my heels catching on one of the black cables. "I'm not doing this. I'm going home. I saw myself. The other me, he's going home. I'll find him. I'll explain." "He is the variable that remains in the equation," the mirror man said. "You are the remainder. You are the part of Elias Thorne that was shaved off to make the rest of him fit into the day. Do you think a man can carry the weight of the warehouse and still eat toast and worry about his taxes? No, the system bifurcates. The man goes to his life. The worker stays in the shift." He stepped closer, and I saw that the obsidian of his face wasn't just a mask. It was a window. Inside the blackness, I saw the warehouse. I saw the endless rows of silver sedans. I saw the supervisor with the multi-jointed fingers, looking up from a clipboard with a grin that looked like a wound. "The 3:00 a.m. window is for regret," the mirror man whispered. "The 4:00 a.m. window is for processing. The 5:00 a.m. window is for delivery. But 6:00 a.m. Elias. 6:00 a.m. is for the maintenance of the illusion. You have been promoted to the most important job of all, making sure they never notice the gears." I looked at the spray bottle. I looked at the rusted shack. The woods around me were beginning to flicker. The trees were losing their texture, turning into wireframe models. The looping robin's trill grew louder, more mechanical, until it sounded like a frantic alarm. "The 6:00 a.m. hour is failing," the mirror man warned. "If you do not begin the calibration, the sun will not rise. It will simply be a white light that erases the valley. Is that what you want? To delete everyone because you miss your SUV?" I felt a surge of cold fury. This was the trap. They didn't use chains, they used responsibility. They didn't use cells, they used the threat of the void. They knew that Elias Thorne was a man who couldn't stand to see things break. I took the bottle. The moment my fingers closed around the plastic, the silver filaments under my skin surged. They raced up my arm, through my shoulder, and into my chest. I gasped as my vision fractured. I could see the world in layers now. the physical trees, the mathematical code that held them upright, and the thin, golden mist of time that flowed over everything like a varnish. "Good," the mirror man said. "Start with the ferns, 3 sprays each. Ensure the moisture content is exactly 0.04%. The light is coming." He turned and began to walk into the depths of the woods, his form blurring and stretching until he was nothing more than a vertical line of shadow that vanished into the gray light. I stood in the clearing, the spray bottle heavy in my hand. I looked at a nearby fern. It was a beautiful thing, delicate and green, but when I looked closer, I could see the tiny, microscopic serial numbers etched into the tips of each frond. FRN 0600-442*. I raised the bottle. My finger hovered over the trigger. If I did this, I was part of it. I was the reason the world stayed blind. I was the janitor of the great lie. But if I didn't? I looked toward the horizon where the real Elias was driving. I could see his car, a tiny speck on a distant bridge. He was listening to the radio. He was thinking about coffee. He was safe. I squeezed the trigger. A fine mist of iridescent liquid coated the fern. Immediately, the fronds began to glow with a soft, natural green. The wireframe code vanished, replaced by the appearance of organic life. The fern looked real. It felt real. I moved to the next one. Spray, spray, spray. I worked with a frantic, desperate energy. I moved through the clearing, coating the leaves, the moss, the bark of the trees. With every spray, the world became more real. The mechanical bird chirps smoothed out into genuine song. The smell of pine became rich and deep. I was building a morning. But as I worked, I noticed something. The 4th line on my wrist, the one that had evaporated in the 5:00 a.m. gate, was coming back. But it wasn't a bruise anymore. It wasn't a scar. It was a tattoo. A perfect black line that circled my wrist like a cuff, and next to it, a tiny number was beginning to form. 060001. I wasn't just working the shift, I was becoming the shift. I reached the edge of the clearing and looked out over the valley. The sun was finally breaking over the ridge, casting long, golden fingers of light across the Poconos. It was the most beautiful sunrise I had ever seen, because I was the one who had polished the light. I saw a movement in the shadows near the road. A figure was standing there watching me. It was a woman dressed in a tattered trench coat, her face obscured by a wide-brimmed hat. She held a camera, an old Polaroid. She raised it and snapped a photo. The flash was blinding, even in the morning light. The camera whirred, spitting out a square of white film. "Who are you?" I called out, my voice sounding hollow and metallic to my own ears. The woman didn't answer. She walked to a nearby tree, pinned the photo to the bark with a small, round magnet, and vanished into the mist before I could reach the road. I stumbled toward the tree, my boots thudding heavily on the ground. I reached the trunk and pulled the photo from the magnet. It was a picture of me. I was standing in the clearing, the spray bottle in my hand. My eyes were no longer human. They were the same polished obsidian as the mirror man's. My skin was the color of old parchment, and my fingers were beginning to lengthen, the joints multiplying. I turned the photo over. On the back, written in a hand that was no longer my own, a hand that was precise, cold, and perfectly aligned, were 4 words. "The 7:00 a.m. shift is hiring." I looked up at the sun. It was higher now, the 6:00 a.m. hour drawing to a close. The warmth on my skin felt fake. The beauty of the valley felt like a coat of paint over a graveyard. I looked at the spray bottle. It was almost empty. I looked back at the rusted shack. The door was open now, and inside I could see a row of uniforms hanging on hooks. Each one had a name tag. Thorn, 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 thorn. I realized then that there weren't thousands of us working the warehouse. There was only one of us, stretched thin across the hours, shredded into a billion pieces to ensure that the clock never stopped. I was the 6:00 a.m. Elias. Somewhere else, the 7:00 a.m. Elias was waking up to a phone call that would change his life. The 8:00 a.m. Elias was getting into his car. We were a closed circuit. I walked back toward the shack, the magnet gripped tightly in my elongated fingers. I had a job to do. The do had to be perfect. The illusion had to hold. But as I reached the door, I saw something the mirror man had missed. On the very bottom of the manifest, hidden under the metal clip, was a small, hand-written note. It wasn't in the cold, logical script of the logistics department. It was a frantic, messy scrawl, the ink smudged as if it had been written in a hurry. Elias, the magnet is the key. Don't use it on the photos, use it on the cables. I looked down at the small, round magnet in my hand. Then I looked at the thick, black cables snaking out from under the shack, the ones that hummed with the power of the grid. The 6:00 a.m. hour was almost over. The 7:00 a.m. transition was beginning. I knelt by the cables, the magnet vibrating in my hand. I could feel the hum of the universe through the rubber casing. If I did this, I wouldn't just be breaking my shift. I would be short-circuiting the morning. I thought about the man in the SUV, driving home to a life that was a lie. I thought about the billions of people waking up to a world that was manufactured in a warehouse. I pressed the magnet against the primary cable. The world didn't explode, it screamed. A bolt of violet electricity surged through the magnet, throwing me backward across the clearing. The rusted shack groaned as the cables began to thrash like dying snakes, spitting sparks of golden mist. The sun in the sky flickered, turning from yellow to a nauseating, bruised purple. The robin song turned into a distorted roar of static. Violation, the air hissed. Sector 0600 is compromised. Emergency shunt initiated. I scrambled to my feet, my vision swimming. The woods were dissolving. The ferns I had so carefully sprayed were turning into black ash. The real world was peeling away, revealing the rusted, grinding gears of the warehouse beneath. But through the chaos, I saw a gap. Where the magnet had touched the cable, a tear had opened in the fabric of the clearing. It wasn't a gate of white light. It was a jagged, dark hole that smelled of stale coffee and old upholstery. It was a way back into the 3:00 a.m. window. I didn't hesitate. I ran toward the tear, the spray bottle falling from my lengthening fingers. I didn't care about the logistics. I didn't care about the sun. I wanted the cold. I wanted the fear. I wanted the truth of the warehouse over the beauty of the lie. I jumped into the dark. As the 6:00 a.m. hour collapsed behind me, I heard a voice. It wasn't the supervisor or the mirror man. It was my own voice, echoing from 1,000 different hours at once. See you at 3, Elias. I hit the floor of the warehouse with a bone-shattering thud. The air was freezing. The smell of ozone and wet concrete filled my lungs. I looked up, coughing, my hands scraping against the gritty floor. I was back in the sorting room, but it wasn't empty anymore. The thousands of silver sedans were there, but they were all crushed, piled into a mountain of twisted metal in the center of the room. Standing atop the pile was the supervisor, his multi-jointed fingers weaving a web of silver filament between the wreckage. He looked down at me, his oily eyes reflecting the dim emergency lights. "You're early for your shift, Elias," he whispered. "But that's fine. We have a lot of 3:00 a.m.s to rebuild." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a shoe. My shoe, the one I had lost in the Poconos. He dropped it, It hit the floor with a heavy, final sound. "The clock is striking," he said, pointing to the wall. I looked. The massive clock face was there, but the hands were gone. In their place was a single, glowing line of text that scrolled endlessly across the void. 030000, 030000, 030000. The transition had failed. The morning had been canceled. And I was the only one left to work the night. The silence of the warehouse was different this time. Before, it had been the silence of a tomb, a stagnant weight of dust and forgotten things. Now, it was the silence of a vacuum, an active, hungry pressure that pulled at the air in my lungs. The supervisor didn't move from his perch atop the mountain of mangled silver sedans. He sat there like a gargoyle carved from industrial waste, his multi-jointed fingers continuing their frantic knitting motion. The silver filaments he wove weren't just thread. They were light, or rather, the memory of light, pulsing with a dim, sickly rhythmic glow that timed itself to the pounding of my own heart. I stayed on the floor, my cheek pressed against the cold concrete. The transformation that had begun in the 6:00 a.m. clearing, the lengthening of my bones, the obsidian sheen of my eyes, felt like it was receding, but the retreat was violent. My joints popped and ground against one another as they snapped back into human proportions. I let out a jagged cry, the sound swallowed instantly by the vastness of the sorting room. The 6:00 a.m. calibration was a delicate thing, Elias, the supervisor said. His voice was no longer a whisper. It was a grating roar that seemed to come from the ventilation ducts. You didn't just break a shift, you broke the sequence. You forced the gears into a hard lock. Do you have any idea how much energy it takes to reboot a sunrise? I pushed myself up to my knees, my breath coming in ragged white plumes. I don't care about your sunrise. It was a film, a projection. Everything is a projection, the supervisor snapped, his fingers pausing for a fraction of a second. The difference is whether the audience survives the screening. Look at the clock, Elias. Look at what you've done to the interval. I looked back at the wall. The scrolling asterisk 030000 had changed. The numbers were beginning to bleed, the red light dripping down the concrete like neon syrup. The digits were fighting to turn, to click over to 0301, but they were caught in a stuttering loop. The warehouse shuddered. Somewhere deep beneath the floor, I heard the sound of a massive turbine laboring, a high-pitched whine that suggested a machine being pushed far beyond its tolerances. The system is trying to compensate for the missing 4:00, 5:00, and 6:00 a.m. blocks, the supervisor explained, leaning forward. His face was a shadow, but I could feel the heat radiating from his gaze. Because you shorted the 6:00 a.m. cable, the morning has no anchor, it's drifting. And when the morning drifts, the night expands to fill the space. You wanted to stay in the 3:00 a.m. window. Congratulations. You are now the permanent resident of the hour of regret. I looked at the shoe he had dropped, my shoe. It sat on the concrete, a mundane, mud-stained object that looked impossibly alien in this cathedral of logistics. I reached out and grabbed it, the leather cold and stiff. Holding it made the world feel slightly more solid. I saw the others, I said, my voice gaining strength. I saw the uniforms. Thorn, Thorn, Thorn. You didn't just hire me, you harvested me. The supervisor laughed, a sound like gravel in a blender. Harvested? No, we merely utilized the surplus. Every human has a dozen versions of themselves they never use. The version that stayed in bed. The version that took the other job. The version that didn't say, I love you before the car hit the black ice. We just give those versions a purpose. We give them a shift. He stood up, his long, spindly legs unfolding like a carpenter's rule. He began to descend the mountain of wreckage, his movements defying gravity as he stepped from one crumpled hood to another. But you are a singular problem, Elias. You have a recursive soul. You keep trying to fold back into yourself. It's messy. It creates friction, and friction creates heat. As he reached the floor, the temperature in the warehouse began to rise. The frost on the concrete melted into oily puddles. The smell of ozone was replaced by the scent of burning rubber and scorched paper. The 3:00 a.m. rebuild requires a catalyst, the supervisor said, walking toward me. He was taller than I remembered, his head nearly brushing the low-hanging light fixtures. We need to reset the manifest. We need a new driver for the 3:00 a.m. fleet, but the fleet is gone. You destroyed it. He gestured to the pile of silver sedans. So, we have to build something new, something that can handle the weight of a broken timeline. He stopped 5 feet away from me. Up close, his skin didn't look like skin at all. It looked like a composite of millions of tiny gray microchips, all humming in unison. He held out a hand with 7 fingers, each one ending in a needle-fine point. The magnet, Ilias, give it to me. I reached into my pocket. My fingers brushed against the small, round disc. It was hot, searingly hot, as if it had absorbed the energy of the short circuit. I looked at the supervisor, then at the scrolling, bleeding clock, then at the dark tear in reality I had just jumped through. The tear was still there, a jagged scar in the air behind me, but it was shrinking, the edges being stitched shut by the silver filaments drifting down from the ceiling. What happens if I don't? I asked. Then the loop tightens, the supervisor said. The 3:00 a.m. hour will compress. Seconds will become minutes. Minutes will become years. You will grow old in the space between 2 ticks of the clock. You will watch your own skin turn to dust while the sun refuses to rise. You will be the only living thing in a universe that has forgotten how to move forward. I looked at the magnet, SR0600PLN asterisk, Sector 600, the maintenance sector. I remembered the note on the manifest. The magnet is the key. Don't use it on the photos, use it on the cables. But there were no cables here, only the concrete, the wreckage, and the supervisor. Wait. I looked at the silver filaments the supervisor had been weaving. They weren't just hanging from the ceiling, they were connected to him. They were growing out of his back, snaking up into the darkness of the rafters. He wasn't the manager of the warehouse. He was the antenna. He was the conduit through which the warehouse drew its power from the timeline. I didn't give him the magnet. I lunged. I wasn't a fighter. I was a courier, a man who spent his life behind a steering wheel, but the desperation of a trapped animal is a powerful fuel. I tackled him at the waist. It was like hitting a pillar of solid ice. He didn't move, but the impact sent a shockwave of cold through my chest. His multi-jointed fingers clamped onto my shoulders, the needle points piercing my skin. I screamed as a surge of data flooded my brain, thousands of delivery routes, millions of serial numbers, the GPS coordinates of every soul in the Poconos, all of it screaming through my nerves like liquid fire. You are a part of the machine, Ilias, he roared. Accept the integration. I am the remainder, I gasped, echoing the words of the Mirror Man. I jammed the magnet against the center of his chest, right where a human heart would be. The reaction was instantaneous. The supervisor's body stiffened, his gray, microchip skin turning a brilliant, blinding white. The silver filaments connected to his back began to whip violently, tearing chunks of concrete from the ceiling. The warehouse hummed with a sound so loud it transcended noise and became a physical force, pinning me against him. The magnet didn't just short-circuit him, it began to pull. The silver filaments weren't being destroyed, they were being sucked into the magnet. The wreckage of the silver sedans began to vibrate, then to liquefy, the metal flowing across the floor like mercury, drawn toward the point of contact between the magnet and the supervisor's chest. "What are you doing?" the the supervisor hissed, his voice cracking and distorting. "You're collapsing the sector. You'll erase everything." "Good," I yelled over the roar of the collapsing reality. "Let it erase. Let the morning be real, or let it be nothing at all." The supervisor's face began to melt, the oily eyes running down his cheeks. Beneath the gray mask, I saw a flash of something familiar. A face. My face, but older, tired. A face that had seen 1,000 years of 3:00 a.m.s. He wasn't my boss, he was my future. The realization broke something inside me. I didn't pull away, I pushed harder. The magnet was glowing now, a miniature sun held between us. The liquefied metal of the fleet rose up in a great wave, encasing us both in a cocoon of shimmering chrome. The warehouse was gone. The clock was gone. There was only the heat, the light, and the sound of a billion gears grinding to a halt. I felt myself dissolving. My memories, the smell of my SUV, the taste of lukewarm coffee, the sight of the sunrise over the ridge were being stripped away, converted into raw data to be sorted and filed. I fought to hold on to one thing, the image of the other Elias, the one in the SUV, driving home to his mundane, beautiful life. I poured all of my remaining will into that image, using the magnet as a lens. Go home, I thought, forget the warehouse, forget the hour, just go home. Then the world turned inside out. I was falling, not through a warehouse or a forest, but through a tunnel of pure sound. I heard the ticking of 1,000,000,000 watches, the tolling of 1,000,000 bells, the whispered prayers of everyone who had ever stayed awake through the dark, waiting for the light. I hit something hard and flat. The air was suddenly still. The heat was gone. I was cold, bitterly, wonderfully cold. I opened my eyes and saw a gray sky, not the artificial gray of the warehouse, but the soft, bruised gray of a pre-dawn morning in the mountains. I was lying on the shoulder of the road. The asphalt was damp with real dew. I could hear the wind whistling through the pine trees, a chaotic, non-repeating sound that brought tears to my eyes. I sat up, my body aching in a way that felt honest. I looked at my hands. They were my hands. No silver filaments, no elongated joints, just skin and bone and a few fresh scrapes from the road. I looked down. The magnet was gone. In its place, my palm was branded with a small, circular scar right in the center. It looked like a seal. A few yards away, a car was idling. It wasn't a silver sedan. It was a battered blue SUV, my SUV. The driver's side door was open. A man was standing by the guardrail looking out over the valley. He was wearing a flannel shirt and jeans. He looked exhausted. His shoulders slumped as he watched the horizon. It was me. I stayed very still, my heart hammering against my ribs. This was the moment, the bifurcation. This was the version of me that had made it through the 5:00 a.m. gate without jumping into the cargo. He had just driven through the woods, oblivious to the warehouse, oblivious to the maintenance of the morning. To him, it had just been a long, strange night. He turned back toward the car, and for a second, his eyes swept over the spot where I was sitting. He paused. He squinted into the shadows of the tree line. I held my breath. I wanted to scream out to him. I wanted to tell him to run, to never look at a clock again, to cherish every mundane second of the life he was about to lead. But I saw his face. It was peaceful. He didn't remember the warehouse. The system had done its job. It had shaved me off so he could be whole. If I spoke to him, the friction would start again. The loop would find a way to close. He shook his head, muttered something to himself, and climbed back into the SUV. He pulled out onto the road, his taillights fading into the mist as he headed toward the town. He was going home. I stood up, my legs trembling. I was alone on the road, a man with no car, no job, and a scar on his hand that shouldn't exist. I looked toward the horizon. The sun was beginning to rise. It wasn't a white light. It wasn't a projection. It was a slow, messy, imperfect amber glow that caught on the clouds and turned the mist into gold. It was beautiful. I started to walk in the opposite direction of the SUV. I didn't know where I was going, but for the first time in my life, I wasn't on a schedule. The 3:00 a.m. window was closed. The shift was over. I walked for an hour, the sun climbing higher, warming the back of my neck. I reached a small gas station at a crossroads. It was closed, the pumps dark, but there was a payphone by the side of the building. I walked over to it and picked up the receiver. There was a dial tone, a real humming electric dial tone. I reached into my pocket, looking for a quarter, and my fingers found something small and round. I pulled it out. It wasn't a quarter. It was a small, round magnet, but it wasn't the one from the warehouse. This one was bright red, the kind used to pin a child's drawing to a refrigerator. I turned it over. There was no serial number. Instead, there was a piece of paper stuck to the back, folded into a tiny square. I unfolded it with shaking fingers. It was a Polaroid photo, but it wasn't a photo of me. It was a photo of the warehouse, but the warehouse was empty. The lights were off. The mountain of cars was gone. In the center of the floor, sitting on a single wooden chair, was the supervisor. He wasn't a monster anymore. He was just a man. He was wearing my flannel shirt. He was looking at the camera and smiling, a real, tired human smile. On the back of the photo, there was one line of text, written in my own messy, frantic handwriting. "Don't check the time, just keep walking." I looked up from the photo. The sun was fully over the ridge now. The world was loud with the sound of birds, insects, and the distant hum of the highway. It was a Tuesday or a Wednesday, it didn't matter. I dropped the magnet and the photo into the dirt. I turned away from the payphone and started walking down the highway, away from the Poconos, away from the 3:00 a.m. window. I didn't look at my watch. I didn't count my steps. I just watched the shadows shorten as the day began. And for the first time in a long time, I wasn't afraid of what came next. But as I reached the crest of the hill, I heard a sound. A faint, rhythmic thudding. Tick. I froze. Tick. The sound wasn't coming from a watch. It wasn't coming from a clock. It was coming from the earth beneath my feet. Tick. I looked down at the asphalt. A small crack was forming near my boot, and from the crack, a thin, silver filament began to grow, reaching upward toward the morning light. The shift wasn't over. It had just changed shape. The silver hair didn't just reach. It tasted the air. It swayed with a blind, predatory grace, its tip glowing with that same sickly phosphorescence I had seen in the rafters of the sorting room. I stepped back, my heart hammering a rhythm that felt dangerously close to the ticking beneath the road. I wanted to run, to sprint until my lungs gave out, but the landscape was beginning to betray its solidity. The golden light of the sunrise didn't feel warm anymore. It felt heavy, like a coat of yellow paint being applied too thickly over a canvas that hadn't dried. The filament was followed by another and then a cluster, erupting from the fissures in the highway like metallic weeds. They didn't just grow, they began to weave. In the span of a few heartbeats, they had formed a delicate, shimmering tripod, and atop that tripod, a small, translucent sphere began to congeal. It looked like a soap bubble, but inside I could see the distorted reflection of the gas station I had just left. Except in the reflection, the station was burning. "The remainder cannot be discarded," a voice whispered. It didn't come from the air or the ground. It came from the scar on my palm. It was my own voice, but filtered through 1,000 miles of copper wire. "The equation must balance, Elias. You took yourself out of the sequence, but the mass remains. You are the debt that hasn't been paid." I clutched my hand, trying to squeeze the sound out of my skin. The brand was pulsing red, the heat returning with a vengeance. I looked back toward the ridge where I had seen my SUV disappear. The road was no longer a road. It was stretching, the asphalt turning into a long, black tongue that licked at the sky. The trees were losing their detail, blurring into green smudges like a thumb dragged across a charcoal drawing. The world was derezzing. I turned and ran toward the gas station, the only structure that still looked real. My boots pounded on the shifting ground, the texture of the earth beneath me turning from gravel to something soft and yielding, like walking on a giant's tongue. The ticking was louder now, a subterranean heartbeat that shook the air in my chest. Tick, tick, tick. I reached the payphone and grabbed the receiver again, desperate for that dial tone, for that tether to a world that made sense. But the dial tone was gone. In its place was a recording, a woman's voice, calm and infinitely bored. The time is now 03:00 and 6 seconds. The time is now 03:00 and 7 seconds. Please stay on the line. Your reality is important to us. A technician will be with you shortly to assist with your dissolution. I slammed the phone back onto the hook and backed away, tripping over a display of motor oil cans that hadn't been there a moment ago. The cans weren't filled with oil. They were filled with the same silver liquid that had formed the fleet of sedans. It leaked out across the concrete, pooling around my feet, seeking the contact of my shadow. Elias. The shout came from behind the station. I scrambled up, slipping on the mercury-like puddles, and ran toward the sound. Behind the building, near the dumpster, stood a man. He was wearing a grease-stained jumpsuit with a name tag that read *Gabe*. He was frantically shoveling dirt into a hole in the ground, a hole that was venting a thick, violet smoke. "Help me," Gabe yelled, his eyes wide with a frantic, crystalline terror. "The pressure is spiking. If we don't plug the vent, the 4:00 a.m. sector will bleed into the 3:00 a.m. reservoir." "Who are you?" I shouted, grabbing a spare shovel leaning against the brick wall. "What is this place?" "I'm the regional stabilizer," Gabe gasped, his shovel clucking against the stone. "Or I was until the 6:00 a.m. cable snapped. The whole grid is cascading, kid. You're the one who shorted the magnet, aren't you? I felt the surge from 3 counties away." "I was trying to escape," I said, thrusting the shovel into the pile of dirt and throwing a heavy clod into the smoking pit. The violet smoke hissed, turning green upon contact with the soil. "Escape," Gabe laughed, a high-pitched, hysterical sound. "There is no away, Elias. There's only the front of the clock and the back of the clock. You just crawled behind the gears thinking you found the exit, but this is where the grease is. This is where the friction lives." We worked in a feverish silence for several minutes, throwing dirt into the void until the violet smoke subsided into a thin, harmless mist. The ticking beneath our feet softened, receding back into a dull throb. Gabe slumped against the dumpster, wiping sweat and silver soot from his forehead. He looked at me, his gaze lingering on the scar on my palm. "You've been branded," he said, his voice dropping to a low, somber tone. "You're a primary now. You can't just walk down the highway and hope for a sunrise. To the system, you're a leak, a hole in the bucket. It'll keep trying to pour you back into the vat until there's nothing left of your original shape." "I saw myself," I said, my voice trembling. "I saw my car. I saw the version of me that made it home. If he exists, then the world is real. It has to be." Gabe reached into his jumpsuit and pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes. He lit one with a match that burned with a blue flame. "That version of you is a ghost, kid. He's a placeholder. He's the image on the screen while the projector is melting. If you want him to stay real, if you want your life to actually happen, you have to keep the machine running from this side." He pointed toward the horizon where the sun was still frozen in that half-risen amber state. "Look at the light. It's not moving, is it? It's been 10 minutes since you got here. In the real world, the shadows would have shifted. Here, the sun is stuck because the 4:00 a.m. block is missing its anchor. You stole the anchor when you jumped. I looked at the sun. He was right. The golden light was static, a beautiful, terrifying photograph. The birds I had heard earlier weren't singing anymore. They were repeating the same 3 notes in a perfect mechanical loop. So what do I do? I asked, the weight of the shovel feeling like a lead bar in my hands. How do I fix it? Gabe took a long drag of his cigarette and exhaled a cloud of blue smoke that hovered in the air like a solid object. You can't fix it. You can only maintain the malfunction. You've got to go to the hub, the central processing unit for the tri-state area. It's not a warehouse, not like the one you saw. It's a junction. If you can get to the 4:00 a.m. terminal and manually override the sequence, you might be able to kickstart the day, but you'll have to do it from the inside. And what happens to me if I do? Gabe looked at me with a pity that was worse than the supervisor's malice. The same thing that happens to all of us, Elias. You become part of the infrastructure. You become the thing that ensures the rest of the world never has to know that the clock strikes 3 and everything changes. You become a ghost so the ghosts can think they're alive. I looked at the scar on my hand. It was glowing again, a faint, rhythmic amber. I thought about my SUV, about the smell of the upholstery, and the way the heater rattled on cold mornings. I thought about the man in the flannel shirt who was, at this very moment, probably pulling into his driveway, thinking about what he wanted for breakfast. I didn't want to be a ghost. I didn't want to be a stabilizer. I wanted to be the man who ate breakfast. "Where is the hub?" I asked. Gabe pointed toward the gas station's garage. "In the bay, under the lift, there's a service hatch. It'll take you down into the crawl space of the 4:00 a.m. sector. But be careful, Elias. The 4:00 a.m. hour is where the dreams start to rot before they wake up. It's a graveyard of unfinished thoughts. Don't let them touch you. If they touch you, you'll start to believe you're one of them." I nodded, gripping the shovel. I didn't have a plan, but I had a direction. I walked toward the garage, the silver liquid on the ground parting for me as if it recognized the brand on my hand. The garage was dim, smelling of old tires and something metallic, like blood and copper. The lift was raised, holding nothing but empty air. Beneath it, a heavy iron grate was set into the concrete. It was bolted shut, but as I approached, the bolts began to unscrew themselves, spinning rapidly until they popped out like champagne corks. The grate slid aside with a grinding screech. I looked down into the darkness. It wasn't just a hole. It was a descent into a forest of wires and glass. Thousands of fiber optic cables pulsed with a rhythmic, pale blue light, snaking through a subterranean canyon that seemed to go on forever. "Elias," Gabe called out from the door of the garage. I turned back. He was standing in the amber light of the frozen sun, his silhouette blurred at the edges. "Don't look at the clocks down there," he warned. "They don't tell the time, they tell the cost." I didn't ask what he meant. I climbed into the hatch, my boots finding purchase on a rusted iron ladder. As I descended, the sounds of the surface, the looping birds, the idling SUV, the ticking earth, faded away, replaced by a low, mournful hum. The air grew colder. The walls of the shaft were lined with thousands of small glass jars. Each jar contained a single, flickering spark. As I climbed past them, I realized they were labeled. First Kiss, 1994. Fear of Spiders, 2002. The feeling of being watched in a dark hallway. The name of a dog forgotten in childhood. It was a library of the intangible. The warehouse had sorted the physical wreckage of the world, but this place sorted the architecture of the mind. I reached the bottom of the ladder and stepped onto a floor made of polished obsidian. The canyon of cables stretched out before me, a highway of data that powered the dawn. I began to walk, my footsteps silent on the black stone. The 4:00 a.m. sector was different from the warehouse. It wasn't industrial, it was organic. The cables didn't just run along the walls, they pulsed like veins. The ceiling was a vast, curved dome of mirrors, reflecting not me, but versions of the world that had been discarded. I saw a city made of glass. I saw a forest where the leaves were made of fire. I saw a version of myself where I was standing in a graveyard, holding a bouquet of silver filaments. I kept my eyes down. Don't look at the clocks. Don't look at the mirrors. After what felt like hours of walking, the canyon opened up into a massive circular chamber. In the center stood a pedestal, and on that pedestal sat a single, old-fashioned typewriter. Its keys were moving on their own, clacking away with a frantic, rhythmic speed. A long ribbon of paper trailed from the typewriter, snaking across the floor and disappearing into a massive, glowing turbine at the far end of the room. I approached the pedestal. The paper was covered in a single sentence, repeated over and over in a spiraling pattern. The morning is a lie told by the light. The morning is a lie told by the light. It's a bit repetitive, isn't it? I spun around. Standing by the turbine was a woman. She was dressed in a sleek, silver uniform that looked like it was made of the same liquid metal as the cars. Her hair was a shock of white, and her eyes were two perfect, ticking clock faces. "You must be the 6:00 a.m. replacement," she said, her voice like the chime of a crystal bell. "You're early, or late. It's hard to tell when the sequence is this badly mangled." "I'm Elias," I said, my voice sounding small in the vast chamber. "I'm here to override the sequence. I want to start the day." The woman laughed, and the sound echoed through the canyon of cables. "Start the day. Elias, the day is a massive, complex machine that requires 1 billion precise movements to function. You can't just start it. You have to write it." She gestured toward the typewriter. "This is the manifest of the immediate future. Every second of the 4:00 a.m. hour is scripted here. The movement of the wind, the dreams of the sleepers, the exact moment the first bird decides to wake up. It's all here. But because you broke the 6:00 a.m. anchor, the typewriter has run out of ink. It's just punching holes in the paper now." I looked at the ribbon. She was right. The letters were becoming fainter, the paper becoming a tattered lace of empty space. "The turbine is failing because it has no instructions," she continued, walking toward me. Her clock eyes spun rapidly. "And when the turbine stops, the 4:00 a.m. hour becomes a vacuum. It will suck in the 3:00 a.m. hour, then the 2:00 a.m., until the entire night is collapsed into a single, infinite point of darkness." "How do I fix it?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. Gabe had told me. The supervisor had told me. "The typewriter needs ink," she said, stopping a few feet away. She reached out and touched the scar on my palm. Her fingers were ice cold. "But not ordinary ink. It needs the ink of a primary. It needs the memory of the sun." I looked at the typewriter. I looked at the turbine, which was beginning to shudder, the pale blue light flickering and dimming. "If I give it to you," I said, "what happens to the man in the SUV?" The woman smiled, and for a moment her clock eyes slowed, showing me a glimpse of a real human warmth. "He gets to wake up. He gets to pull into his driveway, kiss his wife, and forget that the world is a machine. He gets to live in the lie." I looked at my hand. The scar was burning, a bright, fierce amber. It wasn't a brand of ownership. It was a battery. It was all the light I had stolen from the 6:00 a.m. clearing, stored in the palm of my hand. I didn't hesitate. I placed my scarred palm onto the keys of the typewriter. The heat was agonizing. It felt like my arm was being pulled into a furnace. I watched as the amber light flowed from my skin, down through the keys and into the ribbon. The clacking sound changed, becoming a deep, resonant thrum. The paper began to fill with words, not the repetitive lie, but a new script. The sun hits the ridge at 6:14 a.m. The dew evaporates from the pine needles. Elia's thorn turns off his engine and sighs with relief. The world begins. I felt myself weakening, the light in my hand fading as it was sucked into the machine. The chamber began to glow with a brilliant golden radiance. The turbine roared to life, the pale blue light turning into a fierce, healthy white. The woman in the silver uniform began to fade, her body turning into a mist of light. "Thank you, Elias," she whispered. "The shift is covered." I fell to my knees, my hands slipping from the typewriter. The room was spinning, the canyon of cables dissolving into a blur of color. I felt a tremendous pressure, as if I were being squeezed through a pinhole. Then there was silence. I was lying on a couch. I could smell bacon. I could hear the sound of a television in the next room, a weather report talking about a clear, sunny day in the Poconos. I opened my eyes. I was in a living room, a small, messy, beautiful living room. There were photos on the mantle, photos of me, younger, happier, standing next to a woman with a kind smile. I sat up, my body feeling light, almost hollow. I looked at my hand. The scar was gone. My skin was smooth, unblemished. "Elias, you're finally awake." A woman walked into the room holding a mug of coffee. It was the woman from the photos. She looked at me with a playful grin. "You were out like a light. I didn't even hear you coming this morning. Long night on the road." I stared at her, my heart racing. What time is it?" She glanced at the clock on the wall. A real plastic clock with a second hand that swept smoothly around the dial. "It's 8:30, she said. "Why, you got somewhere to be." I looked at the clock. 8:30, the morning had happened. The sun was streaming through the window, warm and real. "No," I said, my voice cracking. "No, I'm exactly where I need to be." She handed me the coffee. As I took it, our fingers brushed. She was warm, she was solid. I took a sip of the coffee. It was bitter and perfect. I leaned back against the cushions, watching the dust motes dance in the sunlight. I had made it. I was the man who ate breakfast. But as I looked toward the window, I saw something on the glass. A small silver filament, no longer than a hair, was stuck to the pane. It was swaying gently, even though the window was closed. And as I watched, it began to glow with a faint, rhythmic light. Tick. I looked at the clock on the wall. The second hand was moving, but the sound wasn't coming from the clock. It was coming from my chest. I placed my hand over my heart. Beneath my ribs, I didn't feel a heartbeat. I felt the steady, mechanical grinding of a billion tiny gears. I looked at the woman, my wife, as she laughed at something on the TV. I smiled back at her, but the smile felt scripted. It felt like a line of text on a ribbon of paper. I was home, I was safe, but as the sun climbed higher, I realized the truth. The 3:00 a.m. shift never ends. It just finds new ways to hide in the light. The coffee was getting cold in my hand, but I couldn't stop staring at the silver filament on the window pane. It didn't just sway, it pulsed. It was a microscopic umbilical cord, tethering this sun-drenched sanctuary to the oily, mechanical darkness beneath the gas station lift. I looked at Sarah. That was her name. The memory slotted into my mind like a key into a tumbler, and for a split second her face flickered. It wasn't a change in her features, but a change in her resolution. For a frame of reality, she was composed of 1 billion vibrating pixels of amber light, the same light that had bled out of my palm into the typewriter. "Elias, you okay?" "You're staring again," she said, her voice a perfect acoustic loop. "I'm fine," I said, and the words felt pre-recorded. "Just a long drive. The fog was thick near the county line." "Well, you're home now. That's all that matters." She leaned over and kissed my forehead. Her lips were warm, but there was a faint metallic tang to her skin, the scent of copper and ozone that lingered in the back of my throat. I stood up, my joints clicking with a precision that felt more like a ratchet than bone. I walked to the bathroom, needing to see my reflection, needing to confirm that I was still the man who had left the warehouse. I shut the door and leaned over the sink, splashing cold water on my face. The water felt real enough, wet, biting, refreshing. But when I looked into the mirror, I didn't see the haggard, terrified man from the 3:00 a.m. reservoir. I saw a masterpiece. My skin was poreless, my eyes a clear, vibrant blue. The dark circles were gone. The stubble was perfectly groomed. I looked like an advertisement for a life. I looked like the placeholder Gabe had warned me about. I gripped the porcelain edges of the sink, and my grip was too strong. The ceramic groaned under the pressure, a spiderweb crack snaking out from under my fingers. I pulled back horrified. I looked at my palm. The scar was gone, replaced by a faint, translucent circle that only appeared when I clenched my fist. It looked like a seal. "Maintenance," I whispered. The word tasted like ash. I walked back into the living room, trying to move with the fluid clumsiness of a human being. I sat at the kitchen table, watching Sarah move. She was humming a song, the same 3 notes the birds had been singing at the station. "Do me soul, do me soul." She was loading the dishwasher, her movements rhythmic and efficient. "Sarah," I said, my voice sounding slightly too resonant for the small room, "do you remember the trip we took to the coast 3 years ago?" She paused, a plate in her hand. She tilted her head, her eyes vacant for a heartbeat before they snapped back into a bright, artificial focus. "Of course, honey. The rainy weekend in Cape May. We stayed in that drafty B&B and ate nothing but saltwater taffy for dinner." The memory was perfect. It was also wrong. We had never been to Cape May. I had spent that summer working double shifts at the firm, and we had fought for weeks about the vacation we couldn't afford. The Cape May story was a better memory. It was a cleaner memory. It was the kind of memory you de-store in a glass jar in a subterranean canyon. "Right," I said, my throat tightening. "Cape May." I looked out the window again. The neighborhood was a postcard. Mrs. Gable was watering her roses across the street. A golden retriever was barking at a mail truck. It was 8:45 a.m. I watched the second hand of the kitchen clock. It reached the 12 and the minute hand clicked forward. At that exact moment, Mrs. Gable turned her hose 3 inches to the left. The dog barked twice. The mail truck shifted into second gear. I waited. The minute hand clicked again. Mrs. Gable turned her hose 3 inches to the left. The dog barked twice. The mail truck shifted into second gear. A cold sweat broke out across my back, or what I perceived to be sweat. It felt more like a thin layer of lubricant rising to the surface of my skin. The world wasn't moving forward. It was a 60-second loop being projected onto a screen of 4:00 a.m. mist. I was the only thing in the room that noticed the stutter. I stood up abruptly, knocking my chair over. The sound was deafening in the quiet house. "Elias?" Sarah asked, her hand frozen on the dishwasher rack. "Is something wrong?" "I forgot something in the car," I said, my voice rising. I have to check the trunk." "Don't be silly, you brought everything in," she said, her smile widening just a fraction too far, showing a row of teeth that were a little too white, a little too even. "Stay, I'm making pancakes." I backed away from her. "I'll be right back." I bolted for the front door and threw it open. The air outside didn't smell like morning. It smelled like the interior of a new car, plastic, chemicals, and a hint of something sterile. I ran down the driveway to my SUV. It was sitting there, gleaming in the sun, not a speck of dust from the highway on its black paint. I grabbed the door handle. It was locked. I reached into my pocket for my keys, but my pockets were empty. I looked through the window. The keys were in the ignition, and sitting in the driver's seat was a man. He was wearing a flannel shirt. He had his hands on the wheel, staring straight ahead with a look of calm, suburban expectation. He looked exactly like me. Not the polished version in the bathroom mirror, but the real me, the tired me, the me with the coffee-stained shirt and the frantic eyes. I pounded on the glass. "Hey, get out, that's my car, that's my life." The man didn't turn, he didn't even blink. He was a statue, a prop waiting for the scene to begin. I looked at his hands. On his right palm, there was a raw, jagged scar. He was the Elias Thorne who had been meant to arrive. I was the Elias Thorne who had stayed behind to fix the clock. I looked back at the house. Sarah was standing on the porch. She wasn't smiling anymore. Her face was neutral, her clock eyes. I could see them now, even from the driveway, spinning with a frantic silver velocity. "You're interfering with the sequence, Elias," she said, her voice echoing as if she were speaking through a long metal pipe. "The 8:45 a.m. block is calibrated for one occupant. You are a redundancy. You are a leak." "This isn't real," I screamed, turning away from the car. The neighborhood was starting to blur at the edges. The roses in Mrs. Gable's garden were turning into splashes of red ink. The golden retriever froze mid-bark, its fur pixelating into gray static. Gabe told me I could kickstart the day. He said I could make it real. "Gabe is a stabilizer," Sarah said, stepping off the porch. Her feet didn't make a sound on the gravel. "His job is to keep you moving toward the hub. My job is to ensure the hub stays closed. You gave your light to the typewriter, Elias. You bought the world an hour, but you didn't buy yourself a seat at the table." She reached out and her arm elongated, her fingers turning into those same silver filaments I had seen on the window. They lashed out toward me like whips. I dove to the side, rolling across the driveway. The gravel felt like cold, hard plastic beads. I scrambled up and ran toward the street, but the street wasn't there anymore. Beyond the edge of my driveway, the world simply ended in a sheer drop-off into a violet abyss. The 4:00 a.m. sector was still bleeding through. The sun was a flat, glowing disk tacked onto a purple sky. I looked back at the house. It was dissolving. The siding was peeling away in long strips of paper, revealing the forest of wires and glass beneath. My beautiful life was a stage set being struck by an invisible crew. "You can't stay here," Sarah the Thing said, her voice now a chorus of 1,000 whispers. "You are part of the infrastructure now. Go back to the hatch. Go back to the gears." "No," I shouted. I looked at the SUV. The Elias inside was starting to move. He was turning the key. The engine was turning over, a sound like a heartbeat. If he drove away, the loop would close. I would be left in the void, a ghost in the machine, just like Gabe. I had to get into that car. I had to merge with the version of myself that still belonged to the world. I lunged for the passenger side door, but the silver filaments wrapped around my waist, yanking me back. I felt a cold, numbing sensation spreading through my nerves. My legs felt heavy, turning into the same obsidian stone I had walked on in the canyon. "The cost, Elias," the chorus screamed. "Remember the cost." I thrashed against the silver wires, my fingers clawing at the air. I looked at the man in the driver's seat. For the first time, he turned his head. He looked at me through the glass. His eyes weren't blue or clock-faced. They were empty. They were two holes looking into a vacuum. He wasn't me. He was the ink. He was the script. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The typewriter hadn't used my light to save my life. It had used my light to create a perfect, hollow imitation of it. The real Elias Thorne had died the moment the clock struck 3. Everything since then, the warehouse, the gas station, the canyon, was just the system trying to process the error of my consciousness. I wasn't a hero saving the day. I was a glitch being smoothed over. The silver filaments tightened, pulling me toward the house, which was now a gaping maw of cables and humming turbines. I looked down at my hands. They were turning silver. My skin was becoming liquid, flowing downward, seeking the contact of the shadow I no longer cast. "I won't go," I whispered, but my voice was losing its volume. It was becoming a rhythmic thrum. Tick, tick, tick. I reached into my mind, searching for a memory that wasn't Cape May. I searched for the heat of the sun on the ridge, the smell of the old upholstery, the rattle of the heater. I clutched those sensory details like a weapon. I forced them into the silver liquid of my arms. If I was part of the infrastructure, then I would be a fault in the system. I grabbed the silver filaments with my liquid hands and pulled. I didn't pull away. I pulled them into asterisk me. I invited the coal, the copper, the ozone. I became a conductor for the entire 400 AM sector. The world shrieked. The violet abyss surged upward, swallowing the driveway, the car, and the house. The woman who looked like Sarah dissolved into a cloud of blue sparks. I was back in the circular chamber with the typewriter, but I wasn't standing in front of it. I was inside the machine. I could feel every letter being punched into the paper. I could feel the turbine spinning in my chest. I could see the tri-state area stretched out like a map of light and shadow, billions of tiny lives flickering like the sparks in the glass jars. I saw the 500 AM sector preparing to activate. I saw the 600 AM anchor being repaired by a team of men in silver jumpsuits. And I saw the gap. There was a 3-minute window between the end of the 300 AM reservoir and the start of the 400 AM manifest. A moment of pure, unscripted darkness where the system reset itself. I moved through the wires, a pulse of amber light navigating a labyrinth of cold blue. I wasn't Elias Thorne anymore. I was a signal. I was the ghost in the grease. I found the 400 AM terminal. It was a massive wall of glass, behind which stood a line of identical SUVs, all waiting to be released onto a highway that didn't exist yet. I didn't try to override the sequence. I didn't try to start the day. I waited for the gap. The clock in the chamber, the one Gabe told me not to look at, began to chime. It wasn't a sound of bells. It was a sound of grinding tectonic plates. The cost was being calculated. The price of an hour of light was a lifetime of shadow. The minute hand approached the 12. The 300 AM sector began to fold in on itself, the gas station and the silver sedans collapsing into a single point of mercury. The gap opened. For 3 seconds there was no script, there was no manifest, there was only the void. I threw myself into the darkness. I didn't fall. I drifted. The cold was absolute, but it wasn't the cold of the warehouse. It was the cold of the space between stars. I felt my consciousness expanding, touching the edges of the 200 AM sector, feeling the dreams of millions of people who didn't know they were being maintained. Then a light. It wasn't amber. It wasn't blue. It was a pale, sickly yellow, flickering like a dying flashlight. I moved toward it. As I got closer, the light took shape. It was a sign, a neon sign buzzing with a low-frequency hum. Open. I stepped out of the void and onto a linoleum floor. The air smelled of burnt coffee and cheap cigarettes. I was in a diner, a 24-hour diner that sat on the edge of a highway I didn't recognize. Outside the windows, the world was pitch black. No stars, no moon, no frozen sun, just a wall of ink. I looked down at myself. I was wearing my flannel shirt. My hands were shaking, and on my right palm the scar was back, red, angry, and very much real. Rough night, sugar. I looked up. A waitress was standing behind the counter pouring a cup of coffee. She had a name tag that read *Mina*. Her eyes were tired, human, and framed by wrinkles. She looked at me with a genuine, weary sympathy. I don't know, I said, my voice raspy. You look like you've been through the thresher, she said, sliding the cup toward me. Sit down, the first one's on the house. It's the 3:00 a.m. special. I sat on the vinyl stool, the material cracking under my weight. I gripped the mug, feeling the heat seep into my bones. It was the first thing that had felt truly warm in a lifetime. Where am I asked. Mina leaned against the counter, glancing at the blackness outside. You're in the way station, honey. This is where the people who fall through the cracks end up. The ones who don't want to be ghosts but can't find their way back to being people. Is it real? She smiled, and it was a sad, honest thing. It's as real as you want it to be, but be careful, Elias. The clock is still ticking. I looked at the wall behind the counter. There was a clock, a simple, round clock with black numbers. The time was 3:00 a.m. The second hand didn't move. It just quivered, straining against the pin, as if the entire universe were trying to push it forward, and something deep beneath the floorboards was holding it back. It's always 3:00 a.m. here, I whispered. No, Mina said, her voice dropping to a low, somber tone. It's 3:00 a.m. everywhere else. Here, it's whatever time you need it to be to survive, but you can't stay in the diner forever. Eventually, you have to go back out there. She pointed to the door. I looked through the glass. The blackness was shifting. I could see the faint outline of a road, and on that road a pair of headlights was approaching. They were silver. I took a sip of the coffee. It was bitter. It was perfect. I looked at the scar on my hand and felt the weight of the shovel, the heat of the typewriter, and the cold of the canyon. The world was a machine, and I was a broken part. But as I watched the silver headlights grow closer, I realized that a broken part is the only thing that can change the way the machine runs. I'm not going back to the gears, I said. Mina nodded. Then you better finish that coffee. The 4:00 a.m. crew is coming, and they don't like it when the customers overstay their welcome. I stood up, leaving the coffee steaming on the counter. I walked to the door and pushed it open. The air of the void rushed in, smelling of ozone and old tires. I stepped out into the dark. The clock in the diner finally clicked. 3:01. Everything changed. The gravel didn't crunch under my boots. It yielded like wet velvet. Behind me, the bell of the diner gave a lonely, tinny chime as the door swung shut, sealing away the smell of burnt coffee and the tired, human eyes of the woman called Mina. I stood on the shoulder of a road that existed only because I was looking at it. To my left, the diner was a lonely island of neon yellow in a sea of absolute obsidian. To my right, the silver headlights were no longer just lights. They were twin surgical lasers cutting through the fabric of the nothingness, illuminating the swirling gray particulates of a world that hadn't been rendered yet. I didn't run. I couldn't. My legs felt heavy, not with the mechanical weight of the masterpiece I had seen in the mirror, but with the leaden exhaustion of a man who had died and refused to lay down. The car slowed, its engine humming with that terrifying melodic vibration, the sound of 1,000 tuning forks striking at once. It was a silver sedan, identical to the ones in the reservoir, but there was no driver. The seats were empty, the steering wheel motionless, yet it steered with a predatory precision. It pulled up alongside me and stopped. The electric window slid down with a hiss of pressurized air. "Passenger," a voice said. It wasn't Sarah and it wasn't Gabe. It was a composite voice, 1,000 radio stations overlapping until the static formed syllables. The 4:00 a.m. manifest is incomplete. You are the missing variable. Re-entry is mandatory for systemic stability. I looked into the dark interior of the car. The dashboard wasn't a dashboard. It was a series of glowing glass tubes filled with that same amber liquid I'd seen in the canyon. "I'm not a variable," I said, my voice cracking. "I'm the man who buried the shovel. I'm the man who wrote the hour." "You are the ink that spilled," the car replied. The passenger door clicked open. It didn't swing, it unfolded, the metal segments sliding over one another like the scales of a serpent. "If you do not occupy the seat, the 4:00 a.m. block will collapse. The sun will not rise. The children in the 6:00 a.m. sector will wake up to find their mothers are made of wire and ash. Is that the cost you want to settle?" The manipulation was perfect. It knew the exact frequency of my guilt. It knew that even now, after seeing the gears and the grease, I still cared about the real world. The one where Mrs. Gable watered her roses and the golden retriever barked at the mail truck. It was using my humanity as a tether to pull me back into the machine. "They aren't real anyway," I whispered, though my heart hammered against my ribs in a way that felt devastatingly real. "You showed me. It's all a loop. It's all maintenance." "Reality is defined by the persistence of the perception," the voice vibrated through the chassis. "If they feel the sun is real. If you stay here, they feel the void. Choose, Elias. Be the ghost who broke the world or be the man who saved the morning." I looked back at the diner. It was flickering now. Mina was gone. The open sign was stuttering, the letters losing their shape, turning into those jagged, runic symbols from the typewriter. The void was hungry. It was eating the way station because I was standing still. I reached out and touched the frame of the car. It was cold, so cold it burnt. I thought of the version of me sitting in the SUV in my driveway, the one with the empty eyes. If I got into this car, would I become him? Would I be the soul-shaped plug for a hole in the universe? "I'll go," I said, "but not as a passenger." I walked around to the driver's side. The car let out a low, discordant growl, a sound of mechanical protest. The driver's door didn't open. I gripped the handle, and for a moment I felt the silver liquid in my veins, the residue of the 4:00 a.m. sector, responding to the machine. I didn't fight the cold this time. I channeled it. I remembered the sensation of the typewriter keys under my fingers, the way the metal felt like an extension of my own nervous system. The door groaned, the locking mechanism snapping with a sound like a bone breaking. I yanked it open and slid into the seat. The interior was a nightmare of geometry. There were no pedals, no gear shift, only a basin of shifting mercury where the center console should have been. As soon as I sat down, the car tried to interface. Thin, needle-like filaments erupted from the upholstery, seeking the pores of my skin. I felt them prick my spine, my neck, my wrists. A surge of data flooded my brain. I wasn't just seeing the road, I was seeing the blueprints of the county. I saw the electricity grids as glowing veins, the water mains as blue arteries. I saw the 4:01 a.m. trigger, a specific street lamp in a suburb 12 miles away that had to flicker twice to signal the start of the paper route. I saw the 4:03 a.m. dew point calibration. I was the driver, but I was also the engine. Sequence initiated, the car whispered through the speakers. The vehicle lunged forward. There was no sensation of acceleration, only the sudden displacement of space. The blackness outside shattered like a windshield, and suddenly we were on the highway. But it wasn't the highway I knew. It was a skeletal version of it, a lattice of gray light suspended over the purple mist of the reservoir. Other cars were there now, dozens of them, all silver, all moving in a perfect synchronized ballet. We were the 4:00 a.m. manifest, the ghosts bringing the world to life. I looked at the mercury basin. My reflection was shifting. One moment I was the haggard man from the warehouse. The next I was the poreless masterpiece. The two versions were fighting for dominance, flickering in and out of existence with every tick of the dashboard clock. "Maintain the lane," the car commanded. "The 4:10 a.m. freight train is approaching the crossing. If we are late, the vibration will not sync with the bridge's structural harmonics. The bridge will fall." I gripped the steering wheel, or what I perceived to be the wheel. It felt like holding a live wire. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice echoing in the cabin. "Who is running this? Who built the clock?" "The clock was not built," the car replied, its voice becoming more singular, more ancient. "The clock is the consensus. You are the maintenance of that consensus. Now steer." I looked ahead. The skeletal highway was beginning to take on flesh. Concrete was manifesting beneath the tires. Green signs for exits appeared out of the mist. I saw a sign for my town. My heart leaped. If I could just drive off this path, if I could take the car to the real streets, maybe I could break the loop from the inside. I yanked the wheel to the right. The car didn't turn. Instead, the world tilted. The horizon line skewed at a 45-degree angle. The other silver cars didn't move, but the road itself began to warp, stretching like taffy to keep me in my lane. "Deviation detected," the car said. The needles in my spine pushed deeper. I felt a cold, numbing liquid being injected into my marrow, correcting for rogue element. The dashboard clock began to spin backward. 3:59, 3:58, 3:57. The highway dissolved. The concrete turned back into light, then back into mist. The silver cars vanished. I was back in the void, but the car was accelerating, tearing through the darkness toward a point of brilliant, terrifying white light. "Where are we going?" I screamed, clawing at the needles in my neck. "To the source," the car replied. "The 3:00 a.m. error must be purged. You cannot be recycled. You must be erased." The white light expanded until it swallowed the hood, the windshield, the interior. It wasn't the light of the sun. It was the light of a blank page. It was the absence of everything. I felt my memories being pulled out of me, Sarah's face, the smell of the rain, the scar on my hand. They were being sucked into the white, leaving me hollow. I reached into the mercury basin, plunging my hand into the liquid metal. It burned with the cold of 1,000,000,000 winters. I searched for something, anything, to hold on to. My fingers brushed against something solid at the bottom of the basin. A key. Not a car key. A heavy iron key pitted with rust. It was the key to the warehouse. I pulled it out, and the moment it broke the surface of the mercury, the white light fractured. The car shrieked, a literal human scream of agony, and the world slammed back into focus. I wasn't on the highway. I wasn't in the car. I was standing in the middle of a field of tall, dry grass. The air was cool and smelled of coming autumn. The sky above was a deep, bruised purple, the color of the moments just before dawn. In the distance, I could see the silhouette of a house. My house. But it wasn't the perfect postcard version. The porch light was flickering. A shutter was hanging loose. The lawn was overgrown. It looked like a place where time had actually passed. I looked down at my hand. I was still holding the iron key. My skin was human pale, flawed, and covered in a fine sheen of sweat. The silver was gone. The masterpiece was gone. I started to walk toward the house, my boots treading on real earth. Every step felt like a victory. My joints ached. My lungs burned. It was wonderful. I reached the porch and stepped onto the wood. It creaked. A real, honest-to-God creak. I reached for the doorknob, but then I stopped. I looked at the window. Inside, the kitchen light was on. I saw Sarah. She wasn't loading the dishwasher in a rhythmic loop. She was sitting at the kitchen table, a mug of tea in her hands. Her hair was a mess. Her eyes were red-rimmed, as if she had been crying for a long time. She looked older. There were lines around her mouth that hadn't been there before. She looked at the kitchen clock. It was a digital one, the numbers glowing red in the dim light. 3:14 a.m. I realized then that I wasn't in the 4:00 a.m. sector. I wasn't in the manifest. I had fallen through the gap and landed in the one place the system couldn't reach, the aftermath. I had been gone. In this world, in the real world, the clock had struck 3 and I had simply vanished. I had been a missing person, a tragedy, a ghost. I reached for the door, my heart in my throat. I wanted to burst in, to hold her, to tell her that I had fought the gears and the ink to get back to her. But as my hand touched the wood, I saw it. On the kitchen counter next to Sarah's tea was a small silver object. It was a bird, a mechanical bird identical to the ones at the gas station. Its head was tilted, its glass eyes fixed on her. As I watched, the bird opened its beak. No sound came out, but Sarah nodded, as if she were listening to a voice I couldn't hear. She wiped her eyes and stood up. Her movements became smoother. Her face began to lose its grief, the lines of age softening into a mask of placid, artificial calm. She walked to the dishwasher and began to load the plates, one by one, rhythmic, efficient. Do me soul, do me soul. The maintenance had begun. The system wasn't just fixing the world, it was fixing her. It was erasing the error of my absence, replacing her grief with a calibrated loop of suburban peace. If I walked in now, I would be the error. I would be the glitch that broke her peace. The silver cars would come. The filaments would rise from the floorboards. They would turn this house back into a stage set. I looked at the iron key in my hand. I wasn't the hero who saved the day. I was the man who had been replaced. I backed away from the door, my boots silent on the grass. I walked to the edge of the property where the shadows were deepest. I looked back at the house, the warm, glowing lie of my life. The sun began to peek over the horizon. It wasn't a silver disc or a flat projection. It was a raw, bleeding orange, the light of a new day that didn't care about the gears beneath the surface. I turned my back on the house and started to walk. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew that I couldn't stay in the script. I felt a vibration in my pocket. I reached in and pulled out my phone. The screen was cracked, the glass spiderwebbed exactly like the sink in the bathroom. One new message. I opened it. There was no sender name, no number, just 3 words that made the blood freeze in my veins. Shift ends at 5:00. I looked up. At the end of the road, standing under a flickering streetlight, was a man in a flannel shirt. He was holding a shovel. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking at the ground, waiting for something to emerge. The clock struck 4, and the world began to scream. The man with the shovel didn't move as I approached, but the air around him hummed with the same subsonic frequency as the silver sedan. He was a pillar of salt and denim, a monument to a labor that never ended. As I drew closer, the flickering streetlight cast his shadow long and jagged across the asphalt, stretching toward me like a reaching hand. I stopped 10 feet away, the iron key heavy and cold in my palm. "Are you digging another hole?" I asked, my voice sounding thin against the vast, waking silence of the morning. He didn't look up. "The foundations are soft today, Elias. Too much rain in the 2:00 a.m. sector. If we don't pack the dirt, the houses will drift. You've seen them drift, haven't you? Like boats unmoored." "I saw my wife," I said, the words catching in my throat. "She's not drifting, she's being erased. You're all erasing her." Finally, the man leaned on his shovel and lifted his head. His face was a cartography of exhaustion, deep ravines of wrinkles, eyes that looked like they had seen the birth and death of 1,000 suns, all within the span of a single night. He wasn't the monster I had imagined. He was just a worker, tired down to the molecular level. "We don't erase," he said softly. "We stabilize. Grief is a structural flaw. It creates cracks in the continuity. If we let her mourn you, she'll start asking why. And if she asks why, she'll look at the clock. And if she looks at the clock long enough, she'll see the gears. Do you want that for her? Do you want her to live in the way station, drinking bitter coffee while the world turns into charcoal outside the window? I want her to be real, I snapped. Even if it hurts, especially if it hurts. The man sighed, a sound of escaping steam. Real is a luxury for those who don't have to maintain the vacuum. You're a runner, Elias. You've seen the plumbing. You can't go back into the pipes and expect to be water again. You're the rust now. He jabbed his shovel into the earth. The sound it made wasn't the crunch of dirt. It was the chime of a piano key, a low, resonant C that vibrated through the soles of my boots. The 5:00 a.m. shift is coming. That's the great synchronization. That's when the dream and the machinery have to lock perfectly. If there's a gap, if there's a man standing on a porch who doesn't belong in the ledger, the whole hour collapses. The sun won't just be a light, it'll be a furnace. It'll burn the rendering right off the trees. Then let it burn, I said. I held up the iron key. I found this in the Mercury. It's the key to the warehouse, the place where you keep the spare parts, the place where you keep the versions of me that didn't work. The man's eyes widened, a flicker of genuine fear crossing his weathered features. Where did you get that? That shouldn't. The basin is supposed to dissolve anything that isn't data. Maybe I'm more than data, I said, though I didn't feel like it. I felt like a ghost made of static. Tell me how to stop the synchronization. Tell me how to give her back her grief. The man looked around nervously, his eyes darting to the silver birds perched on the power lines. They were watching us, their glass eyes whirring as they adjusted their focus. I can't tell you that. I'm just the groundskeeper. I just keep the dirt level. Then get out of my way. I walked past him. He didn't try to stop me, but as I moved into the pools of shadow between the streetlights, he called out, his voice a ragged whisper. If you use that key, Elias, you aren't just opening a door, you're breaking the seal, the 5:00 a.m. sun. It won't be the one you remember. It'll be the truth, and nobody survives the truth. I didn't look back. I followed the road, but not the road that led to the highway. I followed the road that felt wrong. It was a sensory intuition now, a magnetic pull toward the places where the world felt thin. I walked past houses that looked like cardboard cutouts, past parked cars that had no engines under their hoods, only coils of copper wire and jars of amber fluid. The air was getting colder, but it was a different kind of cold, not the void's bite, but the chill of a refrigerator. The world was being chilled to preserve it. I found the warehouse at the edge of the industrial district, tucked behind a screen of weeping willows that moved in a wind that didn't exist. It was a massive, windowless slab of corrugated tin, vibrating with the power of 1,000 idling turbines. This was the heart of the 3:00 a.m. loop. This was the workshop where the masterpieces were polished and the errors were filed away. The iron door had no handle, only a single, oversized keyhole that looked like a screaming mouth. I stood before it, the key trembling in my hand. Behind me, the horizon was beginning to pale. The 5:00 a.m. shift was minutes away. I could hear the city beginning to stir, not with the sound of people, but with the sound of relays clicking and valves opening. The great blue-collar god of the machine was waking up to start the day. I shoved the key into the hole. It didn't turn easily. It resisted, the metal grinding against metal with a shriek that echoed across the empty lots. I threw my entire weight against it, my shoulder bruising against the tin. Clicking. The vibration stopped. The hum of the turbines died into a terrifying, absolute silence. The door didn't swing open. It dissolved. The metal turned into a fine black powder that blew away in a sudden, sharp gust of ozone. Inside, it wasn't a warehouse. It was a library of souls. Rows upon rows of glass canisters stretched into the infinite distance, stacked 50 feet high. Each canister was filled with that same amber liquid, and inside each one was a person. Some were strangers, their faces frozen in expressions of mundane boredom, waiting for a bus, reading a paper, staring at a screen. But as I walked down the first aisle, I saw the pattern. It was a museum of the discarded. I saw the man who had died in a car crash at 3:02 a.m. Here, he was suspended in the amber, his body whole, his eyes open and clear. Beside him was the woman who had lost her mind to age, her memories restored and bottled. They were the errors that the system couldn't fix in the real world, so it had harvested them, keeping them here as templates to keep the simulation running. And then I saw the Elias section. There were hundreds of us. The Elias who was an architect, the Elias who was a drunk, the Elias who had never met Sarah. We were all there, floating in the golden light, our lives distilled into raw data to be fed back into the machine when the current version wore out. Is this what you wanted to see? I spun around. Standing in the center of the aisle was a figure that looked like me but perfect. It was the man from the mirror, the masterpiece. His skin was luminous, his clothes were uncreased, and his eyes were a flat, terrifying blue. "I'm the 5:00 a.m. Elias," he said, his voice a harmonic chime. "I'm the one who goes home. I'm the one who wakes up next to Sarah and tells her it was just a bad dream. I'm the one who loves her without the burden of memory. I am the resolution of your conflict." "You're a puppet," I spat, gripping the iron key like a dagger. "We are all puppets, Elias. The only difference is the quality of our strings. You chose to fray yours. You chose to be the knot in the thread, but the weaver is very patient." He stepped closer and I realized he didn't have a shadow. The light in the warehouse didn't come from lamps, it came from the canisters themselves. "Give me the key. If you stay here when the clock strikes 5, you'll be processed. They'll drain the ink out of your veins and use it to write a better story. One where you never left the house. One where you never existed at all." "I'm not giving you anything," I said. I looked past him toward the back of the warehouse, where a massive pillar of light rose from the floor to the ceiling. It was a column of pure liquid time, swirling with numbers and faces. The source. If I could break the column, I could break the loop. "You can't reach it," the masterpiece said, reading my thoughts. "You're a broken part, remember. You don't have the torque." He lunged at me. He was fast, inhumanly fast, but he moved with the predictable grace of a program. I had spent my life as a man who failed, a man who tripped and stumbled, and that chaos was my only advantage. I didn't try to outrun him. I dropped to my knees, and as he sailed over me, I swung the heavy iron key at his ankle. It connected with a sickening, metallic asterisk thwack asterisk. The masterpiece hit the floor, and instead of a groan, he emitted a burst of static. His leg didn't bleed. It leaked silver fluid, the droplets skittering across the floor like mercury. I scrambled to my feet and ran toward the pillar of light. "Elias, stop," he screamed, his voice distorting, dropping an octave into a mechanical roar. "If you break the synchronization, you kill her. You kill everyone. The vacuum will take it all." I reached the base of the pillar. The heat coming off it was immense, the heat of 1 billion hearts beating in unison. I could see the 5:00 a.m. manifest scrolling through the light. I saw the grocery lists, the alarm clocks, the first breaths of newborns, the final sighs of the dying. It was all there, a massive, beautiful, horrific script. I raised the iron key. "This isn't life," I whispered. "It's a rehearsal." I plunged the key into the column of light. The world didn't explode. It did something much worse. It paused. The light turned from white to a bruised, sickly violet. The hum of the warehouse rose to a deafening shriek, then snapped into a vacuum of silence. I looked at the masterpiece. He was frozen mid-crawl, his face a fractured mask of glass. I looked at the canisters. The people inside were pressing their hands against the glass, their eyes wide, their mouths opening in silent screams. And then, the ceiling of the warehouse began to peel away. Not like a building collapsing, but like a scab being pulled off a wound. Above us wasn't the sky, it was the mechanism. Huge, rusted gears, miles wide, were grinding to a halt. I saw the pendulums the size of skyscrapers swinging slower and slower. I saw the great inkwells that fed the sky, spilling their blackness into the void. I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned, expecting the masterpiece, but it was Mina. She looked different here. She wasn't wearing her diner apron. She was wearing a gown made of starlight and cobwebs, and her eyes were two burning suns. "You did it, Elias," she said, and her voice was the sound of the wind in the canyon. "You stopped the clock." "Is it over?" I asked, my legs giving out. I collapsed against the base of the dying pillar. "For the machine, yes, for you. It's just 3:00 a.m. again." She pointed upward. Through the gaps in the stalled gears, I saw a sliver of the real moon. It wasn't perfect. It was cratered and cold and beautiful. "The 5:00 a.m. crew won't be coming," she said. "There is no more schedule. There is only the mess." "What happens to Sarah?" Mina smiled, and this time there was no sadness in it, only a terrifying neutrality. "She's waking up, Elias, in a house with a broken shutter and a lawn full of weeds. She's going to remember that you're gone. She's going to feel the cold on the other side of the bed. She's going to cry until her throat is raw." "Good," I whispered, tears streaming down my face. "That's good." "But look," Mina said, pointing to the floor. The silver fluid from the masterpiece was crawling toward me. It wasn't trying to attack, it was trying to merge. My own hands were starting to shimmer, the skin turning back into that smooth porcelain surface. "The system is trying to reboot," Mina warned. "It's using you as the new core. You broke the old one, so you become the replacement. That's the law of the machine. It hates a vacuum." I looked at the iron key. It was melting in my hand, the metal turning into a liquid that seeped into my pores. "I won't let it," I said. "Then you have to go where the machine can't follow," Mina said. She reached out and touched my forehead. Her fingers felt like lightning. "You have to go into the 6:00 a.m., the hour that hasn't been written yet." "How?" "You have to jump, Elias, not into the canyon, into the sun." The violet light of the pillar began to pulse. The gears above groaned, a final tectonic protest as they tried to turn one last time. The masterpiece shattered into 1,000 shards of glass, and the wind began to howl, pulling everything toward the center of the warehouse. I stood up, my body half flesh, half silver, a glitch in the eye of God. I looked up at the sliver of the real moon, and then I looked at the horizon, where the real sun was struggling to rise through the wreckage of the simulation. I didn't have a shovel, I didn't have a typewriter, I only had the choice. I ran. I didn't run toward the door or the pillar. I ran toward the gaps in the ceiling, leaping onto a falling gear, climbing the rusted teeth of the universe. I felt the silver trying to harden my heart, trying to turn my thoughts into code, but I shouted Sarah's name, not as a prayer, but as a curse against the order of things. I reached the top of the highest gear. Below me, the warehouse was a tiny spark in a vast, dark ocean. Ahead of me was the dawn. It wasn't a light, it was a roar. I closed my eyes and jumped. The transition wasn't a fall, it was a collision. I hit the light, and for a second I was everything. I was the ink, the gears, the coffee, the shovel, and the scar. I was the 3:00 a.m. error and the 5:00 a.m. resolution. And then I was nothing. I opened my eyes. I was lying on a patch of dirt. It was cold and damp. I could smell pine needles and wood smoke. I sat up, my bones aching with a familiar human pain. I looked at my hands. They were dirty. They were shaking, but they were mine. I was in the woods behind my house. The sun was up, really up. It was a pale, weak October sun, casting long shadows through the trees. I could hear a bird singing nearby. It wasn't a mechanical chirp. It was a messy, trilling, imperfect song. I stood up and walked toward the tree line. I saw my house. It looked smaller than I remembered. The paint was peeling. The grass was long. It was a house that required work. It was a house that lived in time. I walked to the back door and reached for the handle. I hesitated, my heart hammering. I looked at my wrist. There was no watch. I pushed the door open. The kitchen smelled of stale tea and old dust. Sarah was there. She was sitting at the table, her head in her hands. She wasn't moving. She wasn't loading the dishwasher. She was just existing. She heard the door. She froze. Slowly, she lifted her head. Her face was a wreck of grief. Her eyes were swollen. She looked like she had been through a war. She saw me. She didn't scream. She didn't run to me. She just stared, her mouth trembling, as if she were seeing a ghost that had finally decided to come home. "Elias," she whispered. I stepped into the room. The floorboards creaked under my weight. I felt the warmth of the sun on my back, the real sun, the one that burns and fades. "It's me," I said, my voice breaking. "I'm late." She stood up, her chair scraping loudly against the linoleum. She walked toward me, hesitantly, reaching out a hand to touch my chest, to see if I was solid. Her fingers touched my flannel shirt. She felt my heartbeat. She let out a sob, a jagged, ugly, beautiful sound, and buried her face in my neck. I held her, smelling the real scent of her hair, feeling the real weight of her body. Over her shoulder, I looked at the kitchen clock. It was a simple, battery-operated clock on the wall. The second hand was moving. Tick, tick, tick. It was 6:15 a.m. The world was broken. The machine was gone. We were alone in the wreckage of a Tuesday morning. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid at the time. But then, as I held her, I felt something in my pocket. I reached in and pulled it out. It was a small, silver feather. It was cold to the touch, and as I watched, it dissolved into a single drop of black ink that stained my palm. Somewhere far below the floorboards, I heard a faint, distant sound. The sound of a gear turning. The sound of that gear was not the triumphant roar of the machine I had sabotaged. It was the pathetic, wet grind of a starter motor trying to catch in a flooded engine. It was the sound of a ghost trying to find its voice. I didn't tell Sarah. I couldn't. I simply pulled her closer, my fingers tangling in the messy, unwashed strands of her hair, anchors to a reality that felt as fragile as spun glass. "You're cold," she whispered into my chest. Her voice was thick, a physical weight. "Elias, you're so cold. Where have you been?" I woke up in the house. The house felt like it was made of paper. I couldn't find the edges of anything. "I was lost," I said, and the truth of it tasted like copper in my mouth. "I was in the plumbing, Sarah, but I'm out now, I promise." I looked down at my palm where the ink had stained the lifelines of my hand. It didn't wash away when I rubbed it against my jeans. It sat there, a dark, stubborn blotch, a period at the end of a sentence that shouldn't have been finished. The kitchen around us began to settle, but not into the comfortable silence of a home. It was the silence of a waiting room. The light from the window was too yellow, too consistent. I watched a fly buzz against the glass, its movements erratic and frantic, hitting the pane with a rhythmic asterisk thud-thud-thud that began to sync up with the ticking of the wall clock. Tick-thud, tick-thud. "I need to make coffee," Sarah said, pulling back. She looked at me with eyes that were trying to memorize my face, as if she expected me to pixelate and blow away if she blinked too long. "Real coffee," Not that instant stuff you like. I bought the beans, remember? We bought them at that market by the pier. I nodded, though I didn't remember. In my memory, there was only the bitter sludge of the 3:00 a.m. diner and the metallic tang of the Mercury Basin. Yeah, the pier, I remember. As she turned to the counter, I saw her shadow. It was long and thin, stretched by the morning sun, but as she moved past the refrigerator, the shadow lagged. It stayed pinned to the floor for a fraction of a second too long before snapping to catch up with her heels. My stomach dropped. The vacuum hadn't been filled. It was being patched. I walked to the window and looked out at the street. A neighbor was walking his dog, a golden retriever that moved with a slight hitching limp. I watched them pass the oak tree at the corner. As they stepped into the shadow of the branches, the dog vanished for a heartbeat, then reappeared 3 feet ahead. The neighbor didn't notice. He just kept walking, his hand gripped tight around a leash that, for one terrifying second, looked like a silver wire. "Sarah," I said, my voice low, "don't turn on the stove." "Why not? I'm freezing, Elias. I want something hot." "Just wait, come here, stay in the light." She paused, a bag of coffee beans in her hand. The crinkle of the plastic was too loud, a digital distortion that grated against my ears. "You're scaring me. You're acting like before the accident, like you're seeing things that aren't there." "I'm seeing exactly what's there," I snapped, then softened my tone. "Please just come to the window." She crossed the kitchen, her movements fluid but shadowed by that terrible, lagging darkness. She stood beside me and we looked out at the world together. The sun was higher now, but the sky wasn't blue. It was a pale, overexposed white, the color of a screen before the image loads. "Look at the birds," I whispered. On the telephone wire across the street, a row of sparrows sat perfectly still. They weren't preening. They weren't chirping. They were all facing the same direction, their heads tilted at a precise 45-degree angle. As we watched, they all turned their heads in unison, a synchronized mechanical snap. Sarah let out a small, sharp breath. "They're just birds, Elias. They do that. They flock." "Not like that," I said, "and look at the grass." The wind blew, a sudden gust that rattled the window pane. The grass in the yard didn't ripple like water. It moved in blocks, large rectangular sections swaying left while the rest stayed upright, as if the wind were being applied by a giant, invisible brush. "What is happening?" Sarah's voice was small now, the grief being replaced by a cold, clinical dread. "Why does everything look like a movie set?" "Because the 5:00 a.m. shift didn't happen," I told her, grabbing her shoulders. "I broke the synchronization. I stopped the masterpiece from taking my place. But the world, the one we're in right now, it's the leftover data. It's the scrap heap. It's trying to hold itself together without a blueprint." "I don't understand," she sobbed, pressing her forehead against the glass. "I just want to be okay. I just want us to be okay." "We are okay," I lied. I looked at the ink on my hand. It was spreading, crawling up my wrist in fine, needle-like veins. "But we can't stay here. This version of the world is going to crash. It's like a house with no foundation. Eventually, the floor is going to give way." As if on cue, the sound of the gear returned, louder this time. It wasn't beneath the floorboards anymore. It was coming from the sky. A deep, tectonic groan that vibrated in our teeth. I looked up. The pale white sky was beginning to fracture. Long, jagged lines of black were spreading across the horizon like cracks in a porcelain bowl. Through the cracks, I didn't see space or stars. I saw the mechanism. I saw the rusted teeth of the gears I had climbed, still stalled, still waiting for the torque that would never come. "We have to go," I said, grabbing her hand. Her skin felt real, warm, soft, pulsing with blood, but her thumb was starting to turn a translucent, smoky gray at the tip. "Go where? There's nowhere to go, Elias. The car won't start, the phones are dead." "To the woods," I said. to the place where I woke up. There's a gap there, a place where the 6:00 a.m. hasn't been written yet. We ran out the back door, stumbling through the long, glitching grass. The air was getting thinner, smelling of ozone and burnt hair. Behind us, the house began to lose its resolution. The shingles on the roof turned into gray squares that drifted away into the wind. The windows blurred into flat, lightless surfaces. We reached the tree line just as the sound of the grinding gears reached a crescendo. I turned back for one last look at our life. The neighborhood was dissolving. Houses were collapsing into piles of unrendered geometry. The streetlights were flickering in Morse code, a frantic SOS from a dying program. "Don't look back," I shouted over the roar. We plunged into the woods. Here, the trees were sturdier, older, perhaps because they were part of the deep background that the machine rarely bothered to update. But even here, the decay was visible. Leaves fell from the branches and vanished before they hit the ground. The squirrels were frozen in mid-leap, suspended in the air like taxidermy. "Elia's my hand," Sarah shrieked. I looked down. Her hand was fading. I could see the skeletal structure of her fingers, rendered in glowing blue lines before they vanished entirely into a mist of static. "Hold on to me," I yelled, pulling her closer, wrapping my arm around her waist. I could feel the ink in my own veins hardening, turning my arm into a heavy, unresponsive limb of silver and lead. Just a little further. We reached the clearing where I had woken up. In the center of the patch of dirt, there was a hole. Not a hole in the ground, but a hole in the air. It looked like a tear in a photograph, a jagged rip that revealed a blinding, golden light behind it. The 6:00 a.m. "We have to jump," I said, pulling her toward the rip. "Into that, Elias will die." "We're already dead here," I screamed. "This world is a memory that's being erased. If we stay, we disappear with it. If we jump, we might actually begin." The ground beneath us began to tilt. The trees were being pulled toward the sky, uprooted by a massive, invisible vacuum. The sky was now entirely black, save for the grinding, rusted gears that were beginning to move again, forced by some emergency backup system. The masterpiece hadn't been destroyed. He had been recycled. I saw him then appearing at the edge of the clearing. He was no longer perfect. He was a patchwork man made of shards of glass and silver fluid, his face a distorted mirror of my own. He wasn't walking. He was being projected onto the air, flickering in and out of existence. "Return to the ledger," the masterpiece droned, his voice a chorus of 1,000 broken radios. "The hour must be closed." "Go to hell," I spat. I looked at Sarah. She was terrified, her face pale, her body half translucent. But she looked at me, and in that moment the grief in her eyes was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. It was hers. It was ours. "Together," she whispered. "Together," I promised. We didn't wait for the masterpiece to reach us. We didn't wait for the gears to lock. We ran toward the tear in the world, our hands locked together, one of flesh, one of silver, one of light, one of shadow. We jumped. The sensation wasn't a collision this time. It was a birth. The golden light swallowed us, and for a terrifying moment I felt myself being unmade. Every memory, every scar, every mistake I had ever made was stripped away, laid bare in the heat of the 6:00 a.m. sun. I saw the car crash. I saw the hospital. I saw the years of silence and the bitter coffee. But I also saw the things that hadn't happened yet. I saw a morning where the sun rose and stayed up. I saw a house with a garden that actually grew. I saw Sarah laughing at a joke I hadn't told yet. I saw us growing old, not as templates in a canister, but as people who wore out, who broke, who eventually died and stayed dead. The light faded. I hit the ground hard. This time it wasn't dirt, it was sand. I gasped for air, my lungs burning with the scent of salt and seaweed. I rolled onto my back, blinking against a sun that was so bright it made my eyes ache. It wasn't the pale white of the simulation or the bruised violet of the warehouse. It was a fierce, uncompromising orange. I scrambled to my feet, looking around wildly. I was on a beach, a real beach. The waves were crashing against the shore with a chaotic, unpatterned roar. There were no silver birds. There were no gears in the sky. There was only the infinite, messy blue of the ocean. "Sarah," I called out, my voice raspy. "Sarah." A few yards away, a figure was pulling itself out of the surf. She was coughing, her hair plastered to her face, her clothes soaked and sandy. I ran to her, falling to my knees in the wet sand. I grabbed her shoulders, turning her toward me. She was solid. She was opaque. Her eyes were clear, and when she looked at me, she didn't look like a ghost. She looked like a woman who had just survived a shipwreck. "Elias," she breathed, touching my face. Her hand was warm, it was real. I looked at my own hand. The ink was gone. The silver was gone. There was only a faint, white scar where the key had been, a reminder of the price of the passage. We sat there on the sand for a long time, watching the sun climb higher into the sky. It was a slow, agonizingly beautiful process. The shadows moved naturally. The wind smelled of life and decay. "Is it 6:00 a.m.?" she asked, leaning her head on my shoulder. I looked at the horizon. "I think it's later than that. I think it's the rest of our lives." We stood up, shaking the sand from our clothes. In the distance, I could see the silhouette of a town, a real town, with smoke rising from chimneys and the faint, distant sound of a car engine that didn't sound like a relay clicking. We started to walk toward it, hand in hand. But as we left the shoreline, I stopped. I looked back at the water. There, bobbing in the surf, was a piece of debris. It was a shard of corrugated tin, rusted and bent, and resting on top of it was a single silver feather. It didn't dissolve. It didn't turn into ink. It just sat there, catching the light, a stowaway from a world that no longer existed. I turned away and didn't look back. I had spent enough time in the dark, watching the clock. It was time to see what happened when the sun stayed up. Behind us, the ocean continued its restless, unscripted dance, washing away our footprints as soon as we made them. The 3:00 a.m. loop was a ghost story, a nightmare of machinery and perfection. But here, in the salt and the wind, there was no ledger. There was no groundskeeper. There was only the mess. And for the first time, the mess was enough. We walked into the morning, two broken parts that had finally found a way to fit, not into a machine, but into the world. The clock had struck 3 and everything had changed. But now it was 5 past forever, and we were finally, mercifully, late for everything. The sand was coarse and biting, a physical grit that wedged itself under my fingernails and between my toes. It was the most wonderful sensation I had ever felt. In the machine, everything had been smoothed over by the digital veneer of the groundskeeper's aesthetic. Even the dirt had felt like sterilized theater mulch. Here, the world had teeth. Sarah stumbled beside me, her breath coming in ragged, wet gasps. She looked down at her hands, turning them over as if she were seeing them for the first time. The translucency was gone. The glowing blue schematic of her veins had been replaced by the honest, rhythmic pulse of blood. She looked at me, her eyes wide and bloodshot, reflecting the orange fire of the rising sun. "It's heavy," she whispered, her voice cracking. "Elias, my body, it feels so heavy." "That's gravity," I said, a hysterical laugh bubbling up in my chest. "That's weight. It means you're here. It means you aren't a projection anymore." We walked away from the surf, our boots sinking deep into the dunes. The town in the distance was a cluster of weather-beaten saltbox houses and a small stone pier. It wasn't the pristine, mirrored suburbia of the loop. There was chipped paint on the fences. There was laundry hanging on lines, snapping erratically in a wind that didn't follow a programmed gust cycle. It was glorious in its decay. As we reached the edge of a paved road, the asphalt was cracked, with stubborn weeds pushing through the fissures. I stopped and stared at a dandelion. Its yellow head was slightly wilted, a few petals missing. It was imperfect. It was dying. I wanted to kneel and kiss it. "We need to find out where we are," Sarah said, clutching her elbows. She was shivering now. The adrenaline of the jump was fading, leaving behind the cold reality of wet clothes and a morning chill. "And when we are." We followed the road toward the center of the village. A small diner sat at the corner, its neon sign flickering with a buzzing hum that felt honest. The Salty Dog. It wasn't the diner from the Loop, the one with the infinite coffee and the clock that never moved. This place smelled of frying bacon and old grease. I pushed the door open. A bell chimed, a simple physical brass bell on a spring. The people inside didn't freeze. They didn't turn their heads in unison. An old man in a flannel shirt was reading a newspaper, his thumb stained with ink. A waitress was yawning, leaning against the counter with a carafe of coffee. They looked at us with the mild, disinterested curiosity of locals seeing two bedraggled strangers. "You folks look like you went for a swim with your clothes on," the waitress said, her voice a gravelly alto. She didn't sound like a recording. She sounded tired. "Boating accident," I lied, my voice sounding strange in the small space. We got turned around." "Well, sit down before you catch your death. I'll get some towels from the back." We sank into a vinyl booth. The tier in the seat was patched with duct tape. I ran my hand over the tape, feeling the adhesive residue. Sarah looked at the newspaper on the old man's table. I followed her gaze. The date at the top wasn't Tuesday. It was Thursday, the 14th. "We skipped 2 days," she whispered. "Elia's the Loop. It was only a few hours for us, but the world kept moving." "The machine was a pocket," I said, leaning back. "A bubble in the stream. We just popped back into the current." The waitress returned with 2 rough, white towels and 2 mugs of coffee. This coffee didn't taste like copper or shadows. It was burnt, cheap, and acidic. I drank it like it was the finest wine on earth. "What town is this?" I asked. "Ocracoke," she said, looking at me funny. "Outer Banks. You guys must have drifted a long way if you don't know where you landed." Ocracoke. We were hundreds of miles from the house. The jump hadn't just moved us through the dimensions of the machine. It had spat us out at a random coordinate in the real world, a place where the data of our existence could finally find a foothold. I looked at Sarah. She was wrapped in the towel, her eyes fixed on the window. Outside, a car drove by, kicking up a small cloud of dust. A dog barked. The world was loud, messy, and indifferent to our survival. It was the most terrifying and beautiful thing I had ever seen. But as I sat there, the warmth of the coffee seeping into my bones, I felt a phantom itch in my pocket. I reached in, my heart skipping a beat. My fingers brushed against something cold and hard. I pulled it out slowly, shielding it from the waitress's sight. It wasn't the silver feather. It wasn't a piece of the machine. It was a small brass gear. It was no larger than a coin, its teeth perfectly formed, but it was silent. It didn't turn. It didn't hum. It was just a piece of metal. But as I looked at it, I noticed a tiny inscription etched into the side, so small I had to hold it up to the light of the diner window to read it. Property of the 3:00 a.m. ledger. Return to sender. My blood ran cold. "Elia's?" Sarah asked, noticing my expression. "What is it?" "Nothing," I said, closing my fist over the gear. "Just a souvenir." I looked out the window again. The sun was fully up now, casting long shadows across the street. For a second, just a fraction of a heartbeat, I thought I saw a man standing across the road. He was wearing a gray suit, his face obscured by the glare of the sun. He wasn't moving. He was just watching the diner. I blinked and he was gone. "We can't stay here," I said, my voice dropping to a whisper. "Why? We just got here. We're safe, Elias. Look at the people, look at the sun." "The groundskeeper said the ledger must be closed," I reminded her. "He said the hour must be accounted for. We didn't just escape a room, Sarah. We stole ourselves. We're missing assets." "But this is the real world," she argued, her voice rising in desperation. "They can't reach us here. There are no gears here, no silver ink." I looked down at the brass gear in my hand. It was starting to feel warm, not the warmth of my palm, but a localized mechanical heat. "The machine isn't a place, Sarah," I said, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. "It's a process. It's the way the world organizes itself. We didn't leave the machine behind. We just moved to a different floor." I looked around the diner. The old man was still reading his paper, but he hadn't turned the page in 10 minutes. The waitress was standing by the coffee pot, her eyes fixed on a spot on the wall, her hand twitching in a rhythmic 3-beat pattern. Twitch, twitch, twitch. The bell on the door chimed again. A man walked in. He was wearing a heavy yellow raincoat despite the clear sky outside. He sat at the counter, 3 stools down from the waitress. He didn't look at us. He didn't look at a menu. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, silver pocket watch. He placed it on the counter. The ticking was loud. It was the only sound in the room. Tick, tick, tick. I grabbed Sarah's hand. "We're leaving now." "Elias, the food." "Now." I threw a handful of crumpled bills onto the table, money I didn't remember having, money that felt too crisp, too new, and pulled her toward the door. As we passed the man in the yellow raincoat, he didn't look up, but he spoke. His voice was a low, resonant thrum that seemed to vibrate in the floorboards. "The 6:00 a.m. shift is a heavy burden, Mr. Thorne," he said. "Most men find they aren't built for the daylight. They prefer the certainty of the dark." I didn't answer. I pushed Sarah out the door and into the bright, blinding morning. The street looked different now. The colors were too saturated. The blue of the sky was a shade too deep, like an over-edited photograph. The birds on the telephone wires were still there, but they weren't facing the same direction anymore. They were all looking at us. "Where do we go?" Sarah cried, her voice bordering on panic. "If the whole world is part of it, where is there left to go?" "The gaps," I said, my mind racing. "The places where the logic fails, the places they haven't finished yet." I remembered the map in the groundskeeper's office, the one with the pins and the black thread. Most of the pins were in cities, in hubs of human activity where the synchronization was easiest to maintain. But there were blank spots, the wilderness, the deep oceans, the places where time didn't need to be measured in seconds because nothing ever changed. "We need a boat," I said, looking toward the pier. "A boat, Elias, we don't know how to sail." "We don't need to sail. We just need to get away from the shore. The further we get from the grid, the harder it is for them to render us." We ran toward the pier, our boots thumping against the wooden slats. The smell of salt was overpowering now, thick and cloying. At the end of the dock, a small motorboat was bobbing in the water, its engine idling with a low, rhythmic chug. There was no one on board. "Get in," I said, jumping down into the swaying hull. Sarah hesitated, looking back at the town. The man in the yellow raincoat had stepped out of the diner. He was standing in the middle of the road, his shadow stretching out toward us. It was a long, jagged shadow that didn't match his silhouette. It looked like a towering crane, a skeletal structure of iron and wire. She jumped. I cast off the lines and slammed the throttle forward. The engine roared, a beautiful, dirty, mechanical sound, and the boat lurched away from the dock. We sped out into the harbor, the wake behind us cutting a white scar across the blue water. I didn't look back until we were a mile out, the town of Ocracoke shrinking into a toy-sized cluster of buildings. The man in the yellow raincoat was still standing on the shore. He hadn't moved, but as I watched, the town behind him began to flicker. It was subtle at first, a house vanishing for a millisecond, a tree turning into a green pillar of light. Then the entire horizon began to stutter. The sky turned gray, then white, then a sickening, bruised purple. The real world was collapsing. "They're rebooting the sector," I whispered, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. "They're trying to flush us out." "Elias, look at the water," Sarah screamed. Ahead of us, the ocean was changing. The waves weren't breaking anymore. They were freezing into solid, glassy peaks. The blue was draining out of the sea, leaving behind a vast, gray expanse of untextured liquid. The boat began to slow down, the engine laboring as if the water were turning into syrup. "It's not enough," I groaned, looking at the gear in my hand. It was glowing now, a bright, angry red. "We're still connected. We're still part of the ledger." I looked at Sarah. She was looking at me with a terrifying clarity. "The feather," she said. "The one you saw in the water, it wasn't debris, it was a pointer." "A pointer to what?" "To the source. Elias, the machine isn't just making the world, it's making asterisk us asterisk. We aren't just escapes, we're the hardware." She reached out and took my hand, the one holding the gear. "The only way to stop the loop," she said, her voice calm, "is to break the clock. Not the one on the wall, the one inside." I looked at her, and for the first time I saw the truth. Sarah wasn't just my wife. She was the anchor. The reason I had stayed in the 3:00 a.m. loop for so long wasn't because I was trapped. It was because I couldn't let go of the version of her that the machine had provided. I was the one keeping the gears turning. My grief was the fuel. "I have to let you go," I whispered, the words tearing out of my throat like shards of glass. "No," she said, a sad smile touching her lips. "You have to let asterisk this go, the memory, the accident, the 6:00 a.m. that never happened." She took the brass gear from my hand. "I'm not the Sarah from the car, Elias. I'm the Sarah from the machine. And as long as you hold on to me, you're still in the warehouse." The world around us was now a flat, featureless void of gray. The boat had stopped moving. The engine had died. We were suspended in the middle of an unfinished thought. "If I let go," I said, tears blurring my vision, "what's left?" "The truth," she said. She leaned forward and kissed me. Her lips were cold, not the cold of the sea, but the cold of a dying battery. Then she stepped back and dropped the brass gear into the gray water. It didn't sink. It hit the surface and shattered like glass. And with it, Sarah began to dissolve. She didn't scream. She didn't fade. She simply broke apart into 1,000 silver feathers that caught the non-existent wind and drifted upward into the void. I reached out for her, but my hands passed through the mist. "I love you," her voice echoed, a sound that didn't come from her mouth, but from the air itself. Then the void collapsed. I was falling, not into water and not into a machine. I was falling through layers of light and sound, through years of silence and days of rain. I saw the hospital room. I saw the monitor with its steady, rhythmic beep. Beep, beep, beep. I saw the doctor's face. I saw my sister sitting in the chair by the window, her eyes red from crying. I felt a sharp, stabbing pain in my chest, a needle, a shock. "He's back," a voice said, a real voice, a human voice. "We have a pulse." I opened my eyes. The ceiling was white, not the perfect digital white of the machine, but the sterile, yellow-tinged white of a hospital. There was a fly buzzing near the light fixture. There was the smell of antiseptic and floor wax. I tried to speak, but my throat was dry. clogged with the ghosts of 1,000 imaginary coffees. Elias. My sister, Martha, leaned over me. She looked older. There were lines around her eyes that hadn't been there in my memories. Martha, I croaked. Oh, thank God. Elias, you've been gone so long, we thought. The doctor said the coma was too deep. I looked at the clock on the wall. It was a simple, battery-operated clock. The second hand was moving. It was 3:00 a.m. I started to shake, a deep, violent tremor that rattled the bed frame. It's okay, Martha said, grabbing my hand. It's over, you're safe. The car, I managed to say. Sarah. Martha's face fell. She looked away, her grip on my hand tightening. Elias, the accident was 3 years ago. Sarah, she didn't make it, you know that. I closed my eyes. 3 years. I had been living in the gears for 3 years, trying to build a world where the clock would finally strike 4. I had built a machine out of my own sorrow, a digital purgatory where I could keep her alive in the static. The groundskeeper, the masterpiece, the 5:00 a.m. shift. They weren't my enemies. They were my defenses. They were the parts of my mind trying to keep the reality of her death from breaking the simulation. I looked at my palm. It was pale and scarred from the IV drips, but it was clean. No ink, no silver. But then I felt a slight weight in my hand. I opened my fingers. Lying in my palm was a small silver feather. It was real. It was physical. And as I watched, it caught the sterile light of the hospital room and hummed, a faint, distant sound of a gear turning. I looked at the clock again. The second hand had stopped. The room was silent. Martha was frozen, her hand still clutching mine, her eyes wide and unblinking. The fly was suspended in midair near the light. Out in the hallway, I heard the sound of heavy, rhythmic footsteps. Clang, clang, clang. The door to my room creaked open. A man in a gray suit stepped inside. He wasn't the groundskeeper. He was younger, his face a blank slate of corporate indifference. He held a clipboard in one hand and a silver pocket watch in the other. Mr. Thorne, he said, his voice echoing in the frozen room. I'm afraid there's been a clerical error. Your exit visa has been revoked. I tried to move, but my body was pinned to the bed by an invisible weight. The 6:00 a.m. was a pleasant fiction, the man said, walking toward me. But the ledger must be balanced. You owe us 3 years of synchronization. He reached out and touched the silver feather in my hand. It dissolved into a drop of black ink that immediately seeped into my skin. Welcome back to the night shift, he whispered. The hospital room began to flicker. The white walls turned to rusted tin. The smell of antiseptic was replaced by the smell of ozone and old dust. I looked at the clock. The hands began to spin backward, blurring into a silver circle. 3:00, 2:59, 2:58. The world dissolved into the hum of the machine. And then the bell chimed. I opened my eyes. I was sitting in a booth in a diner. The air smelled of stale coffee and burnt toast. The clock on the wall was a neon circle of blue. It was 3:00 a.m. A woman was sitting across from me. She was loading a dishwasher, her movements fluid and mechanical. She heard the door, she froze. Slowly, she lifted her head. Elias, she whispered. I looked at my wrist. There was no watch. I looked at the door. I'm late, I said, my voice breaking. And the gears began to turn. The woman across from me wasn't Sarah. She had Sarah's eyes, that specific, startling shade of hazel that caught the light like trapped amber. But her face was a cartography of lines and shadows I didn't recognize. She looked like a version of Sarah that had been left out in the rain, the colors bleeding into the edges of her skin. She was wearing a waitress's uniform, the name tag pinned to her chest blank and polished to a mirror shine. "You're not supposed to be in this sector," she whispered, her voice a fragile thing like dry parchment tearing. "The transition was supposed to be clean. They said the hospital loop was the final exit." I tried to stand, but my legs felt like they were made of lead and static. The vinyl of the booth hummed against my thighs. "Who are they?" I asked, my own voice sounding like a recording played at the wrong speed. "The men in the gray suits, the groundskeeper." She flinched at the name, her hand darting to the blank name tag as if to shield her heart. "Don't say his title. Titles have weight here. Names are anchors, but titles are gravity." She leaned over the table, the scent of her skin filling my senses. It wasn't the lavender and soap of the Sarah I remembered. It was the smell of hot copper and ozone. "Elias, listen to me. The hospital wasn't the real world. It was a decompression chamber. They were testing your rejection rate. If you had accepted the grief, if you had let the memory of the accident bury you, the loop would have closed. You would have been processed." "Processed into what?" "Data," she said, her eyes darting to the neon clock. It was 3:01 now. The blue light pulsed like a dying star. The 3:00 a.m. ledger isn't just a record of time, it's a harvest. They take the moments that people can't move past, the grief, the trauma, the split second before the car hits, and they stretch them. They turn a single microsecond of agony into an eternity of energy. You're a high-yield asset, Elias. Your refusal to let go. It's like a nuclear reactor for the machine. I looked down at my hands. The black ink that had seeped into my skin from the silver feather was moving. It wasn't a stain. It was a network of microscopic wires pulsing under my epidermis, tracing the map of my veins. I could feel them twitching, aligning themselves with the rhythm of the diner. "Then who are you?" I demanded, grabbing her wrist. Her skin was unnaturally warm, vibrating with a low-frequency hum. "If you're not Sarah and you're not a projection of my mind, what are you?" She looked at her wrist, then back at me, a profound sadness washing over her features. "I'm a salvaged part. I was a Sarah from a previous iteration. I failed my synchronization 3 cycles ago. Instead of being deleted, I was repurposed. I'm the grease in the gears now, Elias. I keep the diner running so the new assets have a place to land when they try to run." I let go of her as if she had turned into a snake. The horror of it was a physical weight, a cold stone in my gut. This wasn't a haunting or a dream. It was an industrial process. We were being mined for our capacity to suffer. "The man in the gray suit," I said, remembering the figure in the hospital room. "He said my visa was revoked. He said I owed 3 years. "Because you found the gaps," she said, her voice urgent. "When you and the other Sarah, the one who dissolved, went to Ocracoke, you stepped off the rendered map. You forced the machine to calculate coordinates it hadn't prepared. That cost them energy, a lot of it. Now they're not just trying to harvest you, they're trying to recoup their losses." The bell above the door chimed. I didn't turn around. I didn't need to. The air in the diner suddenly grew thin, the oxygen replaced by the dry, metallic taste of a vacuum. The sound of the dishwasher stopped. The humming of the neon clock intensified until it was a physical scream in my ears. "Go through the kitchen," the waitress whispered, pushing a heavy set of keys across the grease-stained table. "The back door doesn't lead to the alley. It leads to the subfloor. It's where they keep the raw materials before they're scripted. If you can get to the archive, you can find your original file. You can delete the entry. And what happens to you?" She gave me a small, tragic smile. The lines on her face seemed to deepen, the hazel in her eyes flickering like a failing bulb. "I'm already part of the inventory, Elias. You can't save a gear once it's been fitted." I grabbed the keys. They were heavy, made of a dark, oily metal that seemed to pull at the light. I stood up, my legs finally obeying, and bolted toward the swinging silver doors of the kitchen. As the doors hissed shut behind me, I heard a voice from the dining room. It wasn't the man in the suit, it was the groundskeeper. "The ledger must be balanced, Mr. Thorne," the voice boomed, vibrating the stacks of ceramic plates on the stainless steel counters. "Every second is accounted for. You are currently 3 years, 4 months, and 12 days in arrears." I didn't look back. I ran past the industrial stoves, which were cold and empty, their burners replaced by glowing vacuum tubes. The kitchen didn't smell like food. It smelled like an electronics repair shop. I reached the back door, a heavy iron slab with a circular portal window. I jammed the largest key into the lock. It turned with a sound like grinding bone. I pushed the door open and stepped through. I wasn't outside. I was standing on a catwalk made of rusted steel grating, suspended over an infinite abyss of machinery. Below me, giant brass cylinders the size of skyscrapers turned with agonizing slowness, their teeth meshing with a thunderous asterisk thrumclack that shook my very marrow. Above, a sky of shifting gray clouds was illuminated by the constant, flickering discharge of massive electrical coils. This was the gut of the world, the place where 3:00 a.m. was manufactured. The catwalk stretched out into the gloom, connecting various platforms where smaller machines whirred and hissed. On one platform, I saw rows of glass canisters, each containing a flickering, translucent shape. They looked like ghosts, but they were moving in repetitive loops. A man falling, a woman weeping, a child reaching for a hand that wasn't there. They were the assets, the raw grief being processed into power. I started running along the catwalk, my boots ringing against the metal. The air was hot and thick with the smell of scorched oil. Every few hundred yards, a massive pendulum would swing across the path, its blade whistling as it sliced through the air, keeping the rhythm of the sector. "Elias." I stopped, looking around wildly. The voice had come from below. I looked over the railing. On a lower platform, tucked between two massive, rotating flight wheels, I saw her. It was Sarah, not the waitress, and not the version that had dissolved in the boat. She was wearing the dress she had worn on the night of the accident. She was strapped into a chair, her head encased in a lattice of silver wires that pulsed in time with the great machines. "Sarah," I screamed, my voice lost in the mechanical roar. I scrambled down a vertical ladder, the rungs burning my palms. I hit the lower platform and ran toward her. Her eyes were open, but they were blank, reflecting the rhythmic sparks of the flight wheels. "Sarah, I'm here. I'm going to get you out." I reached for the silver lattice, but as my fingers touched the metal, a jolt of pure, white-hot agony surged through my body. I was thrown backward, hitting the steel floor with a sickening thud. "She is the primary coil, Mr. Thorne." The man in the gray suit was standing at the end of the platform. He looked perfectly composed, his tie straight, his expression one of mild professional boredom. He held a silver pocket watch in his hand, the chain dangling like a noose. "Her death was the catalyst," he said, stepping closer. "The energy released by your refusal to accept her absence was enough to power this entire quadrant for a century. We couldn't let that go to waste. We simply redirected the flow." "You're monsters," I spat, pushing myself up. My hand brushed against the keys the waitress had given me. They were glowing with a dull, pulsing violet light. "We are accountants," the man corrected. "Nature abhors a vacuum, and human sorrow is the greatest vacuum in the universe. We merely fill it with purpose. We give your pain a job to do." He clicked the pocket watch open. "It is now 3:05. You have exceeded your allotted mourning period. It is time for you to take your place in the assembly." He raised his hand, and the shadows around him began to solidify, stretching out like oily tendrils toward my throat. I looked at Sarah. Her eyes flickered for a second, a spark of hazel returning to the void. She saw me. She couldn't speak, but her lips moved, forming a single word. "Break." I didn't look at the man. I didn't look at the shadows. I looked at the massive flywheel spinning inches from her chair. It was the heart of the local synchronization, the master clock for this floor of the abyss. I took the heavy, oily keys and threw them. I didn't throw them at the man. I threw them directly into the meshing teeth of the flywheel. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then there was a sound like a lightning strike hitting a mountain. The keys, made of a material that didn't belong in this layer of reality, didn't crush. They jammed. The massive brass wheel buckled. A tooth sheared off, flying through the air like a cannonball. The entire platform groaned as the torque of the engine turned against itself. Sparks erupted in a blinding curtain of fire. The man in the gray suit screamed, not a human scream, but a sound of grinding metal and static. His face began to peel away, revealing a hollow interior of glass and copper wire. "System breach," he shrieked, his voice distorted. "Temporal leak in Sector 4. The silver lattice on Sarah's head shattered. She slumped forward, the wires falling away like dead snakes. I lunged for her, catching her before she hit the floor. The platform was tilting now, the great machines below beginning to explode in a chain reaction of catastrophic failure. The gray sky above was tearing open, revealing a blinding, golden light behind the clouds. "Sarah, stay with me." She gripped my arm, her fingers digging into my skin. "Elias, the archive, we have to go higher." "No, we're getting out of here." "There is no out," she cried, the roar of the collapsing machinery nearly drowning her out. "The machine is everywhere. You can't leave it, you can only rewrite it. The archive is where the master code is kept. If we can reach it, we can change the 3:00 a.m. variable." The platform gave way. We fell, but we didn't go down. The gravity of the sector had inverted as the master gear failed. We were pulled upward, toward the tearing sky, toward the golden light that smelled of old books and sun-drenched dust. We flew past the catwalks, past the screaming man in the gray suit, past the thousands of glass canisters. As we broke through the cloud layer, the noise of the machinery vanished, replaced by a silence so profound it felt like a physical weight. We landed on a floor of polished white marble that stretched in every direction. There were no walls, only endless rows of mahogany shelves that reached up into the golden haze. Each shelf was packed with leather-bound ledgers, their spines embossed with gold numbers. This was the archive. The 3:00 a.m. ledger wasn't a single book. It was a library of every soul caught in the loop. I helped Sarah to her feet. She was pale, but the blankness was gone from her eyes. She walked to the nearest shelf and ran her hand along the spines. "Thorn," she whispered. "Find the Thorn volume." We ran down the aisles, the silence of the place mocking the chaos we had just escaped. I felt a sense of being watched, not by a man in a suit, but by the archive itself. The air here was heavy with the weight of billions of unfinished lives. "Here," I shouted. It was a massive book bound in black velvet. The spine read, "Thorne, and Sarah, Cycle 1104. I pulled it from the shelf. It was surprisingly light, as if it were made of nothing but air. I laid it on the floor and opened it. The pages weren't filled with writing. They were filled with clockwork. Tiny, microscopic gears turned on the paper, shifting and rearranging themselves to form words that vanished as soon as you read them. 3:01 a.m. Subject Elias Thorne experiences secondary grief response. 3:02 a.m. Subject Sarah Thorne remains in stasis for energy extraction. 3:03 a.m. Loop initiates. "Change it," Sarah said, her voice trembling. "Use the ink." I looked at my hand. The black wires under my skin were pulsing frantically. I realized then what the ink was. It wasn't a tracking device. It was a pen. I was the instrument of the ledger. I pressed my thumb against the page. The ink flowed out of my pores, staining the clockwork. The tiny gears began to seize, their movements becoming erratic. I dragged my thumb across the lines, blurring the times, erasing the 3:00 a.m. designation. "What do I write?" I asked, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Write the truth," she said, leaning over me. I closed my eyes and thought of the car. I thought of the rain on the windshield, the sound of the tires skidding on the wet pavement. I thought of the moment I had spent 3 years trying to undo. I didn't write about a miracle. I didn't write about her surviving. I wrote 4:00 a.m. The sun rises, the night ends. The book began to glow. The marble floor beneath us started to vibrate, not with the mechanical thrum of the machine, but with the steady, slow pulse of a heart. The golden light above intensified, becoming a brilliant, blinding white. "Elias," Sarah whispered, her hand finding mine. I looked at her, and for the first time she looked whole. She wasn't a gear or a projection or a memory. She was just Sarah in the last moment of our time together. "It's time to wake up," she said. The archive dissolved. The shelves turned to mist. The marble floor turned to liquid. I felt a sudden sharp cold, the smell of rain, the taste of blood and iron. I opened my eyes. I was behind the wheel of the car. The headlights were cutting through the downpour, reflecting off the slick, black asphalt. The radio was playing a low, bluesy song. Beside me, Sarah was laughing at something I had just said. "Elias, look out," she screamed. I saw the truck. I saw the headlights swerving into our lane. In the machine, I would have closed my eyes. I would have let the clock stop at 3:00. But this time, I didn't. I gripped the wheel and steered into the skid. I felt the impact, the shattering of glass, the roar of twisting metal. I felt the pain, real and sharp and final. And then I felt the silence. I opened my eyes again. I was lying on the grass by the side of the road. The rain was washing the blood from my face. A few yards away, the car was a mangled wreck, smoke curling from the engine. I turned my head. Sarah was lying there. She wasn't moving. Her eyes were open, staring up at the dark sky. I crawled to her, my body screaming in protest. I took her hand. It was cold, it was still. I looked at my watch. The crystal was cracked, the face smeared with mud. The second hand ticked forward. 3:59:58. 3:59:59. The sky in the east began to pale. A sliver of gray light broke over the horizon, catching the raindrops on the leaves of the trees. The clock struck 4:00. I sat there in the mud, holding her hand, and watched the sun come up. The world was loud and messy and heartbreakingly real. There were no gears in the trees. There was no silver ink in the clouds. I was alone. I was broken. But for the first time in an eternity, the time was right. The sun did not rise with the cinematic flare of the archive's golden light. It rose with a bruised, indifferent purple that slowly bled into a watery gray. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen, because it was finishing a minute that had lasted 3 years. I sat in the wet, tall grass of the highway median, my breath hitching in ragged, wet gasps. The smell was no longer ozone and copper. It was the scent of damp earth, gasoline, and the sharp, medicinal tang of pine trees crushed under the weight of a skidding chassis. I looked down at my hands. They were shaking, covered in a map of lacerations and road grit, but the black ink, the microscopic circuitry of the ledger was gone. My skin was just skin. My veins were just veins. The visa had been torn up, the debt of 3 years, 4 months, and 12 days paid not in energy, but in the finality of the crash. "Sarah," I whispered. My voice was a ruined rasp. I reached out and touched her cheek. She was still. The warmth was fading from her skin, a natural cooling that the machine had never allowed. In the loop, she had been a static image, a flickering projection.